Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So, this class is more like how we did some of the classes where we talk about conditions, obviously. And, a lot of the classes that we do, we kind of go blow by blow by blow. And this one is going to be a lot more about addressing your needs and things that you have questions about. I'm going to present some things and we're going to talk some theory, but I would really like it if we talked out how you can utilize the theory and apply it to different conditions that might be going on with you. So this is going to be us jumping around. We're not necessarily just following a process, but we're going to talk about techniques and then we're going to talk about conditions. And so, feel free to let your questions fly and, however personal they are, like you got a bad shoulder, a bad hip, or something like that, let's talk it out. And I tried to make this a little bit more straightforward as far as an integrated approach. And the reason being that we've always kind of discussed it, but last weekend with the vibrational healing class, we kind of went like into a deeper dive. And a lot of times when we look at things like something hurts or I'm sick or I have a cough or something like this, we're looking at the symptom, right? And it's very good to be able to treat the symptoms. But you notice like sometimes whatever you use, be it the herbs, the oils, healing, sometimes even pharmaceuticals, like sometimes it works and sometimes it takes a lot longer or it doesn't seem to really work at all. And really what we're dealing with are two different things. One, we're dealing with symptoms, and two, we're dealing with the state of the body, right? And the state can just be broken down and simplified into two things. Either your body is in a regenerative state, which is in repair mode, or it's in a degenerative state, which means whatever you do, it just kind of keeps getting worse and worse. Now, this can happen physically, this can happen psychologically, this could actually even impact somebody's spiritual growth or evolution, right? And really what we're looking at is the body. The emotions can get into a degenerative state, the mind can get into a degenerative state, but a lot of times if you start correcting some of the issues in the physiology in the body, your emotions and mind sometimes can follow. Not every time, but most times. Every once in a while, there might be some psychological thing that's in the unconscious that is impacting this state where it makes us a bit more degenerative. But even with that, we're going to try addressing that. And so we're going to talk about techniques which can augment whatever kind of like pain treatment you might be dealing with. But within the pain protocols, when we started discussing those, I basically broke it down to there is a part of working the energy body, which is the aura. I addressed the vibrational state, which is stimulating the repair mode in the body, and then the symptoms, right? So we laid it out in a way that you don't have to figure anything out. It's kind of been figured out for you. And then the techniques can help to augment. And so think of the symptoms as just a reflection of something going on somewhere else. Say you get sick and a friend gets sick and one of you gets better really quick and one of you is sick for 3 weeks. One, you could say, well, the immune system maybe wasn't in the greatest place, but the difference being that one person's body was in a better repair mode or regeneration mode than the other person, right? And so if that is the case, how can we duplicate that? How do we harness that so that when things happen to us, our body responds and repairs itself, right? And so sometimes when we approach just symptoms, we end up chasing our tail somewhat, because the underlying cause of why the conditions or why the symptoms even arose is because the body is not repairing itself like it should. And so what I'm trying to say is, it's not that we want to set aside the symptoms. We want to address them, but we also want to address the other factors, right? And in like the modern medicine approach is we just take a pill and we don't have to think about it anymore. But here we're trying to help the body help itself. We're trying to help the body heal itself. We're trying to facilitate the body's ability to do what it does. And sometimes we got to put a little more thought or effort into it, but long term is it leaves our body in a better place, a better state in the long run. Like being sick is a good example. Like if you go through and you treat with oils and herbs and things like this, sometimes you cut down the amount of symptoms or the length of time, but you still were sick for a little while, where the natural tendency might be just to slam something from the drugstore, which there's a time and a place, right? But at the same time, the things from the drugstore might have gotten you through the illness, but treating with oils and herbs, when you're on the other side of that illness, your body is much stronger, the immune system is much stronger, and it's adapting to potential next exposures so that you don't get sick again, or the symptoms are greatly reduced. And so the same idea happens with pain. Pain has a very profound effect on your physiology, your emotions, and your mind. And so we're going to come up with ways of tackling these things. And so the first thing that I'd like to do is actually just talk about different techniques that you can use for whatever the pain condition is. You're not really treating the pain, but you're helping to facilitate the body to help itself, right? And so we're not really going to look at symptoms right off the bat. We're going to look at like ways that we can help the body help itself. And the very first thing I'd like to do is, if you have, we gave you some oils that were suggested that help you do the processes that we're going to practice. And one of them is mugwort or artemisia or mugwort supreme. So if you have that, let's have you pull that out. If you didn't have that, a substitute that would kind of work would be chopra root cleanser, which is a blend. But let's see what you have. Everybody seems to.
Yeah, everyone seems fine.
Okay, great. So what we're going to do here, this would be, you want me to just send you this little piece?
Yeah, unless it's easy for me to find.
How about I just send this to you? So our apologies. I didn't give the book to Letty until Thursday night, and we'll have a booklet for you by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Is that what she said? Okay. So this will all be in your notes in the booklet. My apologies that the booklet's not ready. Okay. So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to use the mugwort. And mugwort has this very interesting property, is it opens up the energy channels to flow and move life force to particular areas. So anytime you have an area in the body that's degenerating, be it pain, arthritis, stiffness, whatever it might be, it's lacking life force. Think of life force as the fuel or gasoline that fuels the body's processes in the area. So they use this in acupuncture a lot, and they refer to it as moxie. And it's this like little stick that they light on fire, and then they put it close to the body, to the skin, to open up the channel so that more energy or life force goes to that area, and then it accelerates the healing process. So one of the things that slows down the healing process in areas is the lack of life force or energy, right? If you were to look at an area that is degenerated, like say you have an arthritic hip, part of the issue is that area is very depleted. It doesn't have the life force. And so the manifestation would be poor lymphatic function, contractures or spasms in the area, poor blood flow, stiffness, inflammation. And so the idea here is to open up these areas so that the area feels better. So right off the bat, we're going to experiment with opening up the neck, right? And we're just increasing the flow. This isn't about like, okay, this is for spasms or something. We're just going to increase the flow of energy to the neck, and then we're going to experience how that feels, right? So what I'd like you to do is like move your head like side to side, and then down and then up, kind of stretch it a little bit. Notice how your neck feels. If you have tightness or pain in the neck, notice where that's at. Notice the intensity, how bad it is. Okay, so the very first thing you're going to do is you're going to first just begin inhaling the mugwort or the artemisia. Long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. And hold the bottle like maybe like an inch or two from the nose. So you're Now, what mugwort does is it opens up the energy channels, and wherever you direct it, it opens up the chakra, and it makes the energy centers of the chakras bigger, and they start to pump. So they start to pump energy or life force into a particular area. So we want to bathe the neck with life force so that the neck starts to feel better. So right off the bat, I'm going to have you put your awareness on your jaws, like where they hinge right in front of the ear. Your awareness is on your jaws, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, if your jaws are tight, usually you have issues in the neck. If you have issues in the neck, you usually have issues in the jaw. And then just be still. Notice your jaws. Open and close your jaws. Notice your head. And then just pause and be still for a second. And then inhale on the jaw again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the jaws. And then just be still. Now, next we're going to go to the ear minors, which are the holes in your ears, your ear canals. Now, we're working on the neck, and it makes you wonder, why are we doing the ear canals? But there's a little joint in your head, in your skull, called the spinobasilar joint. And it's this little joint that kind of, two bones kind of connect, and it just moves real slight like this. Well, sometimes that joint in your head actually gets stiff. It can cause headaches, it can cause migraines, but one of the things that it does to the neck is it causes like a superficial tightness in the back of the neck, like across the whole backside. And like it would manifest as like an achiness. And so a lot of times if you unwind this area in the ear canal, it will unwind part of the base of the neck. So with that, your awareness is on the ear canals, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Let's just do a check-in to see where your neck is at. Move your head side to side, move it down, move it back. Move your jaws a little bit. How's that feel in your neck? It's moving something. So again, we're going to do the ear canals, the ear minors. So long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ears. And then just pause. Now we're going to go for the neck itself. So I'm going to have you do the front of your neck, the sides of your neck, and the back of your neck. All sides of your neck at the same time. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Move your head around. How's that feeling? A lot more popping. So let's break it down into segments. A lot of times when we do the whole neck, we'll focus on a particular area, but we might not get the whole thing. So just do the front of your neck from up high all the way down to the collarbones, like the whole front side. Inhale on the front side of your neck. Okay, let that go for a moment. Move your neck around, see how that feels. This is a way to also check for your problem spots. Right, so now we're going to do the sides of the neck, each side. So your awareness is on both sides of your neck. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the sides of the neck. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. And then do the backside of your neck. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Notice how your neck feels. How does that feel? Hmm. Now, in that front, sides, back, a lot of times we have an area that might jump out at us a little bit. Why don't you put your awareness on that area that jumps out at you? Like tap into the stiffness or the pain or the achiness, wherever that is, and just inhale into that area. And then just be still. What's that? Now, with that, let's go to the tops of the shoulders. And you can do across the whole shoulder, but really this spot where the neck and shoulder kind of come close. Like, that if you like poke around and you go, ah, that's a little sore, that's the spot. Your awareness is on both sides there. And take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Let's do a little experiment. With your mugwort or your artemisia, put like a drop or two on your finger and rub it on that spot where the neck and shoulder kind of come together and it's a little tender. Just do one side. And let's compare the two sides. Just do one side. After you've applied it, just sit and be still for a moment. Let it incubate. Now, move your neck side to side. Can you tell a difference between the two sides? Okay. So go ahead and put a drop or two and put it on the other side just to even it out. Now begin inhaling again with your awareness on both sides of the tops of your shoulders. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go. Now, if you feel around, like if you go to your collarbone and you just start to feel your breastbone right here, like if you kind of tap on your breastbone, you kind of feel where that's at. You want to put your attention on the breastbone and then take long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your breastbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your breastbone, if you go to your collarbones and then you just start feeling down the center of your chest, that center bone area right in here, just kind of put your awareness on the breastbone here. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. And again, move your head side to side. Check your neck out. How's that feeling to you?
Like way less.
Yeah. Now, we're going to still touch up one little area, and that's the upper back area. So the shoulder blade area, like just all the way across. The whole upper back area. Your awareness is on the upper back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just be still. Now again, move your head around, see what happened. Check your neck. Now, here we're treating the state of the body. We're not treating a symptom, right? But you might notice that pain levels changed, tightness changed, mobility changed. Things are shifting. And now think about if you then put like an ointment on for like spasms or tension in the neck, or you're doing something of that nature. It would make it much more effective to put the ointment on after you've done this process, right? So you're treating here the the state of the body rather than just chasing a symptom. And so now when you go to treat the symptom, it becomes much, much easier, right? So we're going to do this on different sections of the body. We're going to do the shoulder, we're going to do the hips, we're going to do the back, we're going to do the knees. But before we do that, let's just open it up to questions, right? So go ahead and ask your questions or share your experiences about this neck area, and then we're going to move to another area. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Good morning.
Mhm.
Wow. I know I'm the only person in the whole class that was going, what am I going to do with my neck this morning? So thank you for just doing that just for me. I feel like I've had my massage.
Oh, good.
Just really, yeah, really wonderful. So thank you.
You're so
I have an Artemisia kind of general question, but
sure.
Artemisia is the primary herbal ingredient in the Nobel Prize winning pharma ivermectin, which is being found to be almost miraculous in many things, including the virus. So my question is, we've got it here in our hands.
Mhm.
If you feel a symptom coming on or something, would you start sniffing, put some drops in water?
For something like that, I don't know what's in ivermectin, and artemisia is also a botanical name, so there's a lot of things that fall under artemisia, and so I'm not sure which artemisia is in there,
It's
but
mugwort, artemisia. Yeah.
because
Oh,
usually they
yeah.
use Anua for things that are like of that nature, and I don't know, I don't know anything about ivermectin, so um eh, as far as essential oils would go, I would use, like, if you thought a cold or flu was coming on, I mean, mugwort would be helpful, but I would probably use the Anua, the Artemisia Anua.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is just a different,
It's a different type of Artemisia. Yeah.
okay. Yeah, because I'm going like, oh my God, we got it right here in our hands, and we don't have
Mhm.
to use anything fake and can you put this in water? You can drink this, or
No, it would not be good to take it internal. It's a little too strong.
so sniffing or whatever.
Sniffing or applied to the body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is wonderful. Thank you.
Good, good.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's really
Yeah,
emphasized for
don't
people.
don't take Artemisia or mugwort internally. Yeah.
And someone said, I'm more aware of where the tension is. I think that is the point.
Well, I mean, you might be more aware of the tension, but a lot of times what happens, pain is funny and so is tension, is a lot of times it's spread over a large area. And then as it starts to refine, it will start getting more and more condensed. Pain's also a thing where there might be layers of pain. And as you unwind the primary pain, you don't when the primary pain is really intense, you don't feel the secondary or third or fourth areas that have pain. As you reduce the primary pain, all of a sudden other areas start hurting. They were always hurting, but your body didn't perceive it because the primary pain was so intense. So it throws off your body's ability to perceive it. So a lot of times as it gets more specific, or you start to go like, I feel like other areas are it's because you're shifting the pain, you're diminishing the pain or the body tension. And if it's getting more specific, it's because that is actually getting resolved. Like, so we'll go from being in a big area to then like smaller area, or the primary pain will diminish and then you'll start to feel little aches and pains other places. It's because that pain pattern is unwinding, right? So yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Can the CRC be applied to the skin like the mugwort for the
Oh yeah.
same effect?
Yeah, yeah, very much so. CRC is really good applied to the body. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of times with CRC, which is chopper root cleanser, but like instead of saying the big long word, we just say CRC. The CRC, if you put it on an area, one of the things that it does is it increases range of motion. CRC is also a lymphatic stimulant, but it's also a very good cleanser. And so when you put it on an area, it usually unwinds that area quite substantially. So,
The breastbone concentration made me sneeze and my nose run.
oh well. Yeah,
My neck is less crunchy.
yeah.
The shoulder blade on my right has tightness along the spine side. Should I keep doing the breathing into that area with the mugwort?
Yeah, yeah. Keep breathing into that area. And then later we'll be putting things on to unwind some of the tension. But one of the things that I like to do, this is like when in my early days of training, is we would take we would take like a substance, or like say if we were doing a kind of manipulation or something on the body where, you know, you were doing a fascial release or something, you would push the envelope to see how far you could push it to relieve symptoms before you move to the next thing. And it was just a way to train as like a therapist, so you could really see the parameters of what it is. And so I like that idea. As I mean, think of this weekend as like it's education, but it's also experimenting. And in the experiments, you get to kind of see like how the oils work and how to apply them. So, you know, a lot of times we look at like, okay, what's the symptom? I look up the details and I put it on that area. Here, it's almost like you're wanting to find out what this friend knows and what it can do. And so we want to push the envelope of how we use it, so that when we have issues, we go, oh, I can totally use mugwort for this. Oh, I can totally use artemisia for this. I can use charcoal root cleanser for this. Oh, right? So if you have something that popped up in your neck where you go, okay, it hurts a little bit or there's some tension, put your awareness on that area and keep breathing into that area. Yeah.
And they said the shoulder pain has corresponding pain to the lower opposite side along the sacrum. And then are there other implications of upper/lower back pains in opposite sides of the body?
So a lot of times what that is there's a little bit of an imbalance in the, like the shoulder and the hip are elevated, but usually like in opposite. Sometimes it can be the same, but a lot of times it's like the shoulder might be elevated just a little bit, and then the opposite hip is elevated a little bit. And so by going through and opening up the energy channels, a lot of times some of those body misalignments will actually regulate themselves. Like, you know, it's not just that it's muscle and fascia, but like because the energy gets constricted in those areas, it will start to make the muscle imbalances like more prominent, or the misalignments. And so by opening up the channels, the body starts to regulate itself, and you'll notice that the like if this is your shoulders and it's up like this and this is your hip, as you keep inhaling the mugwort, it just starts kind of doing this, right? So it starts taking tension out of the spine.
And they said the shoulder is tight on the painful side, but I was not aware of the lower back issue until we started to do this process.
Yeah. Very interesting, huh? So we're just gonna wind the body down, like, right? So next we'll do the shoulders. And you want me to do a drag and drop on the shoulders?
Oh, sure. Different everything.
It's the same oil, but just different process.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you gave me shoulders too.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so we're doing the shoulders, and let's just do one shoulder at a time, and then we'll come back and do the other side, but let's do a little comparison. So let's do well, just choose the side. I was going to say, let's all do the left side, but usually if we have an issue, we want to jump on that spot. So let's just, wherever your spot is. So be it the right shoulder or the left shoulder, pick a shoulder. Now you're going to start with the elbow. And the reason why you're starting with the elbow is this muscle right here called the bicep, right? This area right here called the bicep. So you're starting here at the elbow, like the inner part of the elbow. But this muscle actually comes up, and then there's these little tendons that come up over the top of the shoulder. So sometimes a shoulder issue is actually an arm issue, not necessarily a shoulder issue. So they call it bicipital tendonitis. So we're starting at the elbow, just in case this bicep area is contributing to the shoulder issue, right? Think of it like this. Where the pain is not where the problem's at. You know, when you have pain, it's radiating from somewhere. It's not always the spot where you feel the pain. You know, when we have a symptom oriented approach, we tend to go right to where the pain is, but it's either up above it, below it, it's somewhere, but it's not always on the painful spot. So that's why we want to cover an area, not just the symptom that is presenting, right? So we're covering things that contribute to a shoulder issue. So here you're inhaling, your awareness is on the elbow. You're just doing one elbow at a time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. You're letting go of the inhalation. You're just being still. Like even just kind of move your shoulders around like this, like see how they feel, and then open up your arms like so. And just, can you feel the difference between both sides? The side you did and the side you didn't do? Okay, so that same side, you're now doing the armpit. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the armpit. And then just pause. Now, again, we're going to do the tops of the shoulder. So just the one side, do the top, like do all the way across, but especially that one spot that we put the oil on in that previous process. And then just let that go. Now, the shoulder minor is like if you come to the chest, like here's the shoulder, like where the shoulder and chest, where there's that little crease, like right here. Yeah, like right there. There's a little minor chakra there, right? Also a key spot for the front side of the shoulder. There's your big chest muscle, and then there's a thing called the pectoralis minor that comes through, and when it's tight, it rolls the shoulder forward. And so we want to unwind the shoulder girdle from this side, right? So your awareness is on that shoulder minor, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hey, let that go. Just be still for a moment. Move that side, move that shoulder. How does it feel? Now let's go to the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then do your shoulder blade on that side. Your awareness is on your shoulder blade. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the shoulder blade. Okay, now let it go. Now, move both arms and shoulders. How does one side feel to the other side? Is there a difference? What do you notice? So part of why we do it like this is, for one, so you have something to compare to. You can validate it. You work one side and you go, oh, this side feels much better than the other side. This side's now my favorite side, right? And the other thing is, sometimes when you're dealing with like some sort of soft tissue problem, is it's better to be more focused than have your awareness really spread out in different areas. So you can really target areas. You might have an area in your shoulder where it's really bothering you, but if your awareness is here and other places, then the energy of the plant doesn't get directed so intensely into the area that needs it. So sometimes it's better to go like little areas at a time and work those areas. And so we're going to balance it out. We're going to do the other side, but it's just nice to also have the comparison. Now, before we move on that side, find like the tightest spot or the worst spot. Put your awareness on that area and then take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah, if you want to go up into the neck or something like that. Yeah, but we're focusing on the shoulder. Go ahead to your neck. You do. Right. So sometimes what will happen is, I think somebody said like, oh, it got more condensed or it got more specific. You're also kind of like, you could say it like your waking area is up. They were bothering you, but you become more aware of it. So now it becomes easier to treat when you're putting on the ointments that, or, whatever you're using. You're hitting more of the problem areas rather than just where we think it is. And then just let it be. Just be still. So let's do the other side just to balance things out, right? So again, your elbow on the other side, the front of your elbow. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Move to the armpit. Your awareness is on the armpit. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the tops of the shoulder. That area up here, that top of the shoulder, that area right there. And then go to the shoulder minor. Remember, it's the front side, right where that little crease is between your chest and your shoulder. And then your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. And the back of that shoulder blade on that side. And then just be still. Move your neck and your shoulders, like move all of that around. Okay. Let's share experiences or ask questions about the shoulder aspect. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. This feels great. This is really, really great. I guess my question is, if you know that you are really tight and stuff, is this something we should work on every day for a period? Is it something that
Yeah. So like what will happen, I'm speaking from personal experience and I'm going to project it onto you. Um, is you have an area where it's tight, and you're wanting to open up the energy flow to that area so that the body starts dealing with the inflammation and the tightness and everything. And so what will happen is at least me, I'll like, oh, this is amazing, I'm going to do this every day, and I do it for about a week or maybe 4 or 5 days. I start feeling better, and then I start going, no, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. And then it just falls out of the rotation of things that I might do. And so I usually find that like the problem, the pain, the tension is a motivating factor. And what I would say is like, if you have tension in an area, I'd still use the things that you would use, like say marjoram or spikenard or something on an area where there's tension. But I would do this to make that stuff more effective, because on one side you're treating a symptom, and then on the other side you're treating like the state of the body, and you're just trying to bring them together so that you have better results. And so anything that you have that you're treating, you potentially could use this. You know, even if you're dealing with respiratory issues, you know, we're not talking about that here, but say you, okay, I have mucus in my lungs and I'm using a Nula, I'm using whatever I might use. You could do that, but still by inhaling it and directing it to the lungs, you're opening up the energy channels so that whatever else you do becomes more effective. So like I used to call it like the salt and pepper. You know, like you would add a little spice to make the food taste better or something. And here you're adding the artemisia or the mugwort for whatever other treatment you're doing to make it more effective. And a lot of the techniques are that this way, but if you have, you know, like the knees, for example, like if you have issues with the knee that is like chronic, you'll put the things on there that are helpful for that, but using mugwort from time to time on those areas, you'll notice that they become more resilient, they respond better to treatment, um, they have more flexibility. You know, all of those things will start to kind of come into play, and um, you can always use the mugwort to enhance whatever else you're doing.
Great. What you just mentioned something briefly, but I'm gonna ask the question. You
Sure.
were talking about your kind of your regular rotation of things that you do. And I've said this before, you know, I've taken so many classes.
Mhm.
My head does not organize the way I would like. I know that we've got a study group coming up in October. Um, could that be something that we discuss for a period? So, you
Sure.
know,
Yeah, yeah,
kind of like what a good rotation would be for us.
sure.
Because I think I just get overwhelmed with information sometimes.
Yeah. And you know, we're always doing different things. Like here we're talking about just the health of the body and you know, comfort and reducing pain. And so you know, I would say part of that rotation would be some sort of maintenance on the body itself. You know, be it that you're reducing inflammation, you're reducing body tension, um, uh, but the things that we're trying to put forth over the next few months is really like a big recipe book of things that you could do where things are all pulled together from different areas, and you can just look up and go, this is what I want to do, and this is, you know, it has the reasons why, but it's basically just going to be like these recipes for doing a bunch of different things.
And that's
And
exactly
so
what I need. Thank
yeah,
you.
and even the booklet here that you'll get, I kind of changed it up a little bit. That's why it's taking Letty a little bit to pull it together. But in like say the treatment for arthritis, it has the ORIC program, it has the vibrational component, and then it has a technique to address whatever issue might be there that's also contributing, and then the treatment itself. And you don't have to do all of it, but it kind of pulls it all together so you can just look at it and go, instead of jumping from all the classes, I can just look at this and go, ah, these are the things that I can do. So
That's amazing. Thank
yeah,
you very
yeah.
much.
And it's going to continue to evolve. You know, like I was wanting to see like how the technique parts kind of settled with you. And so one of the things that we might do, I was going back and forth with this, but say again, arthritis is, I was thinking I might even put, I started doing this with the Spadry and body tonics a little bit, but like this is the salt bath, and these are the techniques that might help this particular condition. I had done a version of that like a long time ago. And I think that what happened was that, you know, because I was presenting it to nurse practitioners, and there was just too many steps. So like I refrained from putting the different techniques in like each process, like if you're dealing with arthritis or if you're dealing with nerve pain, I put some there, but I didn't put everything there. So it didn't feel like you had to do like 15 things. But I could list 15 things, like all these things would be helpful to this. But people will see that and go, eh. And so
Would you be willing to do, or maybe not even appropriate, but possibly even both the short version and the longer
yeah,
version?
that's what I was just gonna say is like I was thinking of like maybe having like a section that would be like a standard approach and maybe like an advanced approach where you could augment all those other things.
Sorry, I
Um,
didn't
I was
interrupt.
just trying to figure out like how to present it. And so even this weekend, like how I watch how everybody handles the techniques and everything like that, and the feedback is going to be integrated into the booklet also. But like, I would say one of the difficulties is that how it is in my mind isn't always how it's received. And so like sometimes the back and forth helps me as much as it helps you. And I can fine tune like how I present it so that it's, because I I do it so long sometimes I forget like I need to explain this or I need you know what I mean? Like um I don't always know like the best way to present it. And so like sometimes this back and forth is actually quite helpful.
Well, and I don't know about other people, but sometimes I've heard something before and I'm ready for it the next time you
Right.
present.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And
Yeah.
and it makes more sense and
Yeah.
it's very applicable.
Yeah.
Thanks, Greg. This
Here's a,
information has been really huge for helping me unwind my body
oh,
over
good.
the years.
Oh, good, good. And we're still going to do the back, the hips, and the knees. So, like with the mugwort, we're covering the whole body. So,
Thanks.
but I divided it up into sections rather than saying, I think I said this before one time in a class a long time ago. I was like, just go above and below. But I think that was too vague. And so here we'll target each area so that yes, we're doing the whole body today, but then if you go like I really have a neck issue, you don't have to do the whole body, you can just do the neck. Or yes, I have a hip issue. These are the areas that are really specific to the hip. And so you can use it to kind of fine tune your treatment so that you can kind of problem solve like just by flipping through the booklet.
Well, and like what you said, you think you know where the pain is until you start working it, and
Yes.
then it's a different ballgame. You've got other things going on you need to be
Yeah.
working.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I mean, a good example of that is, you know, teeth grinding. A lot of teeth grinding, it's the muscles in the jaw, and yes, it's tied to like maybe too much activity in the adrenals or like tension in the body. And then there's like the neck will cause that, but also deep muscles in the calves because it throws the nervous system off in the body will also cause jaw pain and bruxism or grinding of the teeth. Who in their right mind would go to the calves to treat jaw pain? Like nobody would do it unless you had clinical evidence to say this is what this does, right? And so the that idea of just treating a spot with pain, you're blocking the pain there, but a lot of times you're not dealing with the issue, right? The state of the body. And the calves being the perfect example. The calves are contributing to the state of the body that eventually produces the bruxing, right? The teeth grinding. And so as much as you try to treat it as just your teeth or your jaws are clenched, if you don't address that underlying cause, the body can't really heal itself, so you're just chasing a symptom. So we want to get to where we can do both. We want to be able to treat a symptom, but if the symptom's not resolving, or it seems chronic, or the condition is degenerative, like you have an area that's breaking down, you have arthritis or something. We want to treat some of the underlying factors in the state of the body that accelerate the healing, but sometimes like chronic pain, for example, will start to shift the state of the body. So it actually can go both directions. The state of the body will dictate how well you can treat a symptom, but sometimes a long-term condition can start to affect the state of the body so that the body becomes less reactive to treatment. A very good example of this is hips that are bone on bone. Is that you're treating it and you're trying to prevent the degeneration and the spasms in the joint, but after a period of time, that area stays so inflamed because it's a weight-bearing joint, and you're moving, that at some point it causes systemic inflammation in the body, where the inflammation just goes everywhere because the body can only handle that problem for so long. And if the person is not reducing the inflammation and staying active and continually irritating that area, all of a sudden that inflammatory material spreads out throughout the whole body, and then just everything starts hurting. And so the more that you treat that area and the symptoms, the more you keep the body from going into a degenerative state.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, I've been doing a lot with the glands weekly since the class 10 months ago. So would you focus on a system as a whole to help enhance that?
For what, the glands?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could do the glands. If you wanted to do that, you're doing it in general, I would do the ajna. Like put your awareness on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows, because that will regulate the glands. And so it will make energy flow through the whole endocrine system much more appropriately.
And then whenever we had just finished the one side with the shoulder stuff, someone said one side feels looser and less painful than the other.
Yeah. Like you notice it feels looser, and if you measure it, there's actually more flexibility. We did that with chakra root cleanser. We had a physical therapist did range of motion on the machines and measuring, and I can't remember, it was like 18 or 20% improvement with inhalation and topical application into an area. Now, like it improves, but sometimes because of the condition of the body, it might backslide a little bit. If you're looking at like an injury site or like arthritis, one of the things that happens is you start losing flexibility. So you would have to keep applying it. One time doesn't resolve it all. But if you do it on a regular basis, without stretching, it would actually improve flexibility, range of motion. And when that got tested, it was actually on a single application. It wasn't long-term use. And so the idea would be long-term use produces a longer lasting effect.
After the process, someone shared a bit lightheaded, but not in a bad way.
Yeah.
And then someone else is ready to fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, mugwort's good. Mugwort and artemisia are very nice.
And then what oil would you inhale on the ajna? You were just talking about.
Oh, we're just talking about like how to use mugwort or artemisia better. Like here we're talking about for pain issues, but these techniques I'm going to integrate into different treatment protocols. So mugwort always opens up energy flow wherever you direct it.
Does concentrating on one at a time help the other related parts of the body shift to a better place?
It can. Yeah, it can. I mean, it depends. It depends on the situation, depends on the state of the body. I mean, anytime you start opening up energy flow, it starts to have a cascading effect through the body. Just like when you have blockages in an area, that also starts a cascading effect in a negative way through the body. And so I would say yes, but you still sometimes need to go through and address different areas. Yeah.
Bottle dropping relax.
Yeah.
Oh wait, the difference between Artemisia and mugwort, I have both.
One's from Morocco, one's from Nepal. They smell different, but they're same plant, just different regions. They smell very different actually, but it's just they're just from different regions. So if you have one that you like a little bit more, run with it. Yeah. Yeah. So how about we'll take a little break and then we'll come back and we'll continue with the mugwort on different parts of the body. And so how about we'll come back at 10 after and we'll go from there. Okay, everybody, let's come on back. We're going to do the back. So move your back around, like twist. If you want to bend over, arch your back. Yeah. So now you're still working with the mugwort or the artemisia. Your awareness is on your upper back, like all the way across. No, not just in a targeted area, but all the way across. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move to your mid back area, like across the mid back. So below your shoulder blades, all the way down to about the back side of your navel. And then your low back, the low back area, all the way across, side to side. Now just let that go for a moment. Like move your back around. Like see how you feel. Now usually we have a problem spot in one of these areas. Focus on the problem spot and inhale the mugwort into the problem spot. Be it tension, pain, tightness. And then just let that go for a moment. We're going to come back to that, but let's see how you feel. Move around, see how it feels. Feeling kind of nice, right? You know, going back to what Laura and I were discussing earlier, like, you know, you go through and you do this, you go, God, I feel so good. And then you feel good for a little bit, or at least like what I was saying. And, you know, you feel good. And then, you know, you do it for a few days or a week or whatever, and then you stop doing it. But, you know, here we're not necessarily treating a symptom, we're treating the state of the body. And as the state of the body shifts and changes, notice how good you feel. Like it just starts to be like, oh God, I feel relaxed. I feel like less pain, I have more movement. And even if you look at it from the point of view of sleep, we use mugwort and artemisia to achieve one of the I think it's the second stage of sleep. Is it the REM, non-REM stage? It's the second or third, I can't remember. I have to look at the notes. But basically, it opens up the body so much that it allows the body to relax to the point where you achieve deeper levels of sleep, rest, repair, and so on. And so this idea of using mugwort for, even if you just walked away with this and treating something, you know, specifically, symptomatically, you'll become more effective in treating these conditions. And we're gonna, I mean, I think I have 17 different techniques before we even look at pain. We're not going to talk about all of them because we don't have the time, but still it's in the booklet and it's in the recipe booklet for us to experiment with. But we're going to be doing, you know, talks on this on a regular basis. So with that, your awareness is on your hips. Now you can just do the hip chakras, which are on the sides of the hips, or you can do like your whole like pelvic girdle, like your butt cheeks and the front, you know, your front of your pelvis. I would suggest doing the whole pelvis, but at least do the hip chakras. So nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Like move the back around, especially like the low back. Yeah, helped your low back. Yeah, yeah. So Samantha said her low back is feeling better. It wasn't really hurting, but it was just tight, right? So, again, going back to we're checking the back, but here we're treating the hips. A lot of times, especially a low back issue, is more hips than it is low back. You know, so you want to be able to treat that. Now, when the hips, this is just interesting. Like you don't need to know it or whatever, but it's just interesting to know. But when the hips have been elevated, like one side has elevated, you have these muscles that run down the inner part of your legs, like they're called the adductors. And what happens is because of the hip going up like this, it throws the adductors into different kinds of spasms. One, it lengthens it. The other one is shortened, and they have these weird contractures in it, right? And so what happens is, as the pelvis stabilizes, that pattern is still held in the inner thigh, right? So you have issues on the inner thigh and the outer thigh that will contribute to back pain, even in mid back pain, right? And so we want to address this. This is an issue that like I said, I broke my back when I was like, I don't know, 21, 22 somewhere. And when the back flares up, like I've had a good run for a while, but back in the earlier part of the year, I had a bad day. And as much as I treated the site, didn't really change anything. As much as I treated the legs, it's how I'm doing really good right now. Is I've constantly treated the legs, right? The legs contributed to better stability in the back. So again, it's not always where you think it is. And so this whole class, like I don't know that I'm going to teach a class in trigger points, but I am going to put a manual out for you guys to be able to utilize. This would be like kind of a precursor to that trigger point book and manual. And so we might teach a class or just do a little free weekend where we do a Q&A on it and everything, but it talks about the different referred pain patterns and the dysfunction that comes when a particular area is not functioning well, because it's not just pain, it also causes issues in lymphatic function, digestive function, cognitive function in the brain. You don't think of tight muscles having an impact on how you think, but think about like when your back doesn't feel good, how fuzzy your brain gets. It's a thing. It's a big thing. So here we're going to focus on our inner thighs, right? So from the bottom of the pelvis all the way down to the inner knee on both sides. Inhale with your awareness on the inner thigh. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths on the inner thighs. And then just pause and be still. Now, check your back. Like go side to side, bend forward. Does that have any impact on your back? Not so much. So we're going to do the inner thigh again. So again, your inner thighs, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the outer thigh. So from your hip all the way down to your knee. Focus on the outer thigh. And then just be still. Now again, move your back around. Let's just see what areas are impacting you. That open up.
Yeah, and I'm more aware.
So the outer had more of an impact than the inner. So a lot of times, like not every area is going to impact your back, but like the reason to like kind of keep checking is you see where your hot spots are so that you can work them a little bit more. So we're going to go back through, we're going to cycle back through it. So again, your upper back, across the whole upper part of your back, the shoulder blade area. Then go to your mid back. The area below your shoulder blades, all the way down to the back side of your navel. Go to your low back. You're treating your low back area. And then your hips. The whole pelvis, or at least the hip chakras on the sides of your hips. The inner thighs. Your awareness is on your inner thighs. And then your outer thighs. Your awareness is on your outer thigh. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Okay. Check in with your back. Move it around, twist it, bend over. How's that feeling? A lot better. Yeah. Sometimes the second and third time through, it feels a lot better. And again, we're treating the state of the body rather than the symptom. So it doesn't mean it's an either or. So now you could go through and you could treat it topically or, internally, however you're going to treat it. You could treat the condition now symptomatically and get much better results. You're already finding relief by shifting the state of the body. You've already shifted the body into a regenerative state by doing this. Now with the hips, knees, ankles, feet, we're doing a little bit of a different approach, and we're going to just flood the legs with energy, right? So you're still using the same oil, but now we're going to just kind of hit everybody everywhere in a general way. So we're going to do the left side from the hips all the way down to the bottom of your feet, the left side of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness just on that left leg, especially the outer leg, all the way down to the left lower leg, the left ankle, to the bottom of that left foot. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, from the tops of your hips down the front side. So your pelvis, fronts of your legs, your shins, all the way down to the tops of your feet, the bottom of both of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. the right side, from the tops of the hips, down the leg, right outer ankle to the bottom of the right foot. And then the back side, from the tops of the hips all the way down the back of the legs to the heel, to the bottom of both of your feet. Now, from an energetic point of view, the sex chakra, part of what it does is it energizes the reproductive organs and the sex organs, things like that, the urinary tract. Some of that energy from the sex chakra goes up to the brain, right? It energizes the brain. About 30% of the energy from the sex chakra floods the legs. So it's what gives the legs some of its strength. And so we want to open up the sex chakra to flood the energy flowing through the lower limb. So your awareness is on the sex chakra, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go. Now check in with your legs, check in with your knees, your ankles, maybe stand up and just kind of move everything around. You don't want
Feels like everything's like
Yeah,
opening up.
yeah. So let's go ahead, share experiences from those things, and unmute yourself, type in, ask questions, and then let's squeeze one more thing in before lunch. So go ahead and fire away.
So one of my favorite shares in the chat was right before we did this, the quadrants one. They go, I can rise from a chair without wincing.
Yeah, boy, I hear you on that one. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hi.
Hee
I love what mugwort. I never remember to use it. It's amazing.
I know. It's one of the ones that I really love, and I still forget to use it a lot.
um, very soothing and positive. I guess I have a question.
Mhm.
I sense it's more like there's a connection in my lower back,
Mhm.
and it's not the sciatic nerve. It's probably the nerves more on the outsides of the left quad. But when we were doing this last process, I could feel more kind of energy more in the actual hip socket itself, and it feels like stuck emotions.
That's always
Any
possible. Yeah, of course.
any recommendation on how to keep working that out?
So one of the things that you can do is you can keep working with the mugwort, and then you could follow it with something like helichrysum, poplar.
Okay.
That should flush a lot of that out. Like helichrysum is really good for flushing out like those homeostatic emotions or those emotions of like trauma or something.
Yep.
And that's the thing too, is that like when an area of the body is compromised, I mean, it could be that there's, emotions or an issue or something that gets like stuck in that area. But on
Mhm.
the flip side, when we have a compromised area or we have like a pain issue in a particular area, it also will generate emotion, right? So, like one of the things that happens is that like if you have especially like chronic pain areas, it will
Mhm.
actually start generating hurt feelings, and it's not like in your higher emotions, it's lower emotions, but after a while it rises up and you're like, I feel really hurt. Which one of you guys is hurting my feelings? That's a very common thing with really chronic pain syndromes is for one, the person doesn't feel good, but after a while they start to feel like somebody around them's hurting their feelings. And there still might be a little bit of, yes, there is an obnoxious person, but it makes you even more vulnerable to the things that they say. But when your body hurts, eventually it rises up into the emotions as hurt feelings, and then eventually up into the mind. And so I would say, it doesn't matter which one it is, flush it out. Just flush it out. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah,
In the old
absolutely.
days, I used to
No,
go, is it there? Because like I used to really try to figure it out. And then it just got to where like just flush it out. Just whatever it is, it just needs to go.
exactly. I'm with you. Like there's no need to analyze that. That
Right.
just has to leave my body. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And would be vibration or frequency help from last weekend's class?
Yeah. So like if you're gonna work something like that, you could work, I mean, in the notes that you're gonna get later today, there is some of the vibrational healing
Okay,
from the class, but it's actually more of the physical side.
got it.
So you could use let me think about this for a second. For like energy, like emotion stuck in there, I would probably use frequency.
Okay.
And from the physical side, I would probably use the larch. You know how the
Yep.
metabolic potential instability.
Yep.
And it's not that that's causing a metabolic instability, but the larch is for one, it's very relaxing to the body and it puts the body
Mhm.
in a deeper healing state. But two, one of the things that it does is it relaxes the motor nerves. You know, the nerves that
Yeah.
make our body move. And those quietly are more of a problem than we give it credit for. And so I would say I would do that. Like I
Okay.
like that for that situation.
Okay. And
Yeah.
just breathe into those areas.
Yeah, I would inhale it. You know, the larch, you can inhale it into the area. I mean, I just follow the little protocol that's in the vibrational healing,
Sure. Yeah.
but you can definitely still breathe larch into the area. Uh,
Okay.
I'd say like how many times am I doing? Like maybe twice a week.
Mhm.
I'm doing a large body tonic. You know, it's not every day, but like you know, from time to time, and just because it feels so flipping good, like
I
it
was gonna
just
tell
feels
you my body when I did it the first time's like, oh my God, that's horrible. And then like maybe 30 minutes later, it's like, okay, that feels good.
right, right. Yeah,
I just thought it was so hilarious. I've never had a reaction that says no.
that's pretty funny. Yeah,
And then it's like, oh, okay, actually, that's good. Can we have more? I'm like,
right, right. Yeah, the
yeah.
bummer thing is we're having a hard time finding the material to make a bunch more of the tincture. So I think I have a line on it, but it's yeah, I'm gonna buy a very large amount when I find it because I do not
There'll be something else that comes your way. If it's not that, you know that.
right, right.
Nice.
Anyway, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Oh,
Okay. So we're gonna do just a little bit more before we take a break. And this is actually a little bit out of I've talked about this before, but it was a long time ago. And then we talked about it again last week in the vibrational healing on the physical side. But there's this thing called the spinal thalamic tract. And you don't need to write it down or know the words. It will be in your notes when we get you the booklet. But it's basically, let's just say it like there's like nerves in your spine that have to do with like pain processing and like strong stimuli from the body. And sometimes what happens is this area gets very agitated or overstimulated, and then you know if it receives a pain piece of information that hits the spine and that has a value of this is all just metaphorical, but say it has a value of 2 and the pain processing or the spinal thalamic tract is super agitated, that 2 becomes a 5, right? Because pain is your body trying to let you know that you have a problem, like that you need to address something's hurting your body, something's causing you discomfort, something's causing your body to degenerate. And so when these areas get agitated, it tries to get your attention to an even greater degree. Basically, it's just telling your body that something's up or something's unstable, something, right? So we want to calm this down so that for one, it relaxes the body, but two, it improves your pain threshold. Like it allows you to not be so impacted by pain. It will diminish pain quite substantially. Right. So here you have I think I sent it to you. Did
oh, I
Uh,
was looking.
oh no, I didn't push send. There you go.
You
Sorry.
can tell them what oils to look for while I get this.
So you can use galbanum, which galbanum is what we use a lot. You can use spikenard, lemongrass would work, myrrh would work, poplar balsam would work, valerian would work. Monk's anointing oil would also work. Actually, and I don't even think I put this down, but there was a blend that we used quite a while ago in a class called Threshold. You could use Threshold as well. I think I'm going to adjust my notes. So find one of those oils. And again, check in with your body, check in with your spots. You know, my jaws hurt, my knee hurts, my back hurts, whatever that is. Now, psychological pain and pain from the unconscious hit your body the same way as physical pain. So if there's something like emotionally or mentally bothering you, or you just feel like unconscious pain, usually aren't aware of what it is, but you know something's there. Check in with whatever it is. Which one you use? What? Months. Okay. And begin inhaling with your awareness on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And then your awareness is on your brain and spine at the same time. Your awareness is on the brain and spine at the same time. And then the brain and the soles of your feet. And then just let go. Just let go. Check in with your spots. How's your body feel? How about your emotions and your mind? Yeah. Move your body around, move your back. Now this will be a thing that continues to produce a result. Just because you feel a particular way in 5 minutes, in 30 minutes you'll feel even better. Like it will continue to make you feel better. But so how about this? We'll take a break for lunch. We'll come back and we'll do some other techniques. And then later in the day, we'll start talking about conditions and how to treat symptoms. So let's see, it's 20 after. So 1:20, we'll come back at 10 till 2. So 1:50. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. So we're going to do a thing that we call the lymphatic technique. You know, I know we did a series of lymphatic classes, but here this is very specific to pumping the lymph in a particular area, right? So this helps to detoxify an area. A lot of times when we feel achiness in an area, part of the issue is stagnant lymph. And so we want to help the lymph move. And one of the ways we do this is we alternate between two different oils. We use something like marjoram, which opens up the blood vessels. And then we use something that has an astringent property. And here we usually use like cedar or cypress. So let's pull out marjoram and some form of cedar, cypress. Cistus will also work. It's just a little bit expensive and you're going to be kind of using a lot of it. So I would say cypress or cedar is a better choice, just cost-wise. And we're going to do this a couple of times. First, we're going to do an experiment on a particular body part, and then we're going to treat one of your painful areas, right? So the thing that I like to do is like do the wrists. Like, so check out both your wrists. You know, move them around, flex them. They feel relatively okay, right? Let's treat the left wrist, right? So you're going to put a little bit of marjoram on the area of the wrist, on the top side, and then the underneath side.
Just one wrist?
Yeah, you're just going to do one wrist because we want to be able to compare. So you checked them this way first. Actually, let's do the wrist, and you see the spot like up here? That's like on the, yeah, on the forearm, like right in here. If like you dig around, it usually feels a little tender or a little sore or a little achy on just about everybody. You might not be aware of it until you start poking around on it, but when you start poking around it, you're like, right? So cover this area right here also with marjoram.
Just the one indent area?
It's actually, it's more like here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like if you poke around, you'll kind of feel like a tender spot. Treat that tender spot. Once you put it on that area, you're just going to sit for a little bit, just for a minute or two. Now, as you're sitting and waiting, we can keep talking, but you can do this with a neat application, or you can put this in like alcohol or like a body tonic, like even a spray. So you're just gonna let it sit for a little bit. And so now that you've applied it, feel what it feels like with just the marjoram. Move the wrist and the elbow around a little bit. Just compare the two. You're still just letting the marjoram do what it does. You're just kind of sitting and waiting. So the marjoram is reducing spasms in the area. It's opening up the blood vessels so more blood and more lymph move both to and from the area. Anytime something's really restricted, part of the restriction is muscle tension. How's that feeling already? Like marjoram already, just marjoram by itself makes everything feel better. You know, it takes out some of the tension. And so now you have your cedar, you have your cypress, put it on the same spots. So you're putting it on both sides of your wrist and then up on your forearm a bit, but up high. Now, I don't know about you, but like you already feel like your body's kind of like,
Yeah, my spine even like
Right.
relaxed.
so here's the thing. So you put the cypress on or the cedar, and now it's constricting the area. So what you're doing is you're opening, closing, opening, closing, opening, closing. And so what you're doing is you're stimulating the lymphatic movement in the area. But like as it's cooking, like as it's incubating, let's just keep talking about what's happening. A lot of times, like when we have achiness in the body, part of the issue is that there's poor blood flow and poor lymphatic movement to the area. Now, sometimes it's because maybe of some tension or a spasm, but the lymphatic system, if we're in fight, flight, or if we're stressed out, the lymphatic system, it doesn't completely shut down, but it reduces what it does. A lot of the lymphatic function is tied to being in a rest and repair mode. And so if you're not going into very deep rest and repair mode, then your body's not detoxifying quite like it should. You're not cleaning up the joints, you're not cleaning up the muscle tissue, you know, you're not picking up the excess fluid in the body, so there could start to be puffiness or a little bit of swelling in particular areas. And so for there to be proper lymphatic function, you have to have good tone in your vagus nerve, the vagal tone, which is tied to your rest and repair mode. So one of the ways that we utilize this sometimes is we use lemongrass before we do lymphatic work, because it owns up that nerve. It balances out the two sides of the nervous system. And because it's balanced out, it starts to stimulate lymphatic movement, right? So when people were getting the vaccine and they were feeling achy, one of the things I would have them do is use lemongrass, and the lemongrass would reduce the achiness because the lymphatic system started functioning better. It also works in the opposite. If you stimulate a lot of lymphatic movement in a particular area, it will shift your body into rest and repair so that your body is repairing itself, but it also shifts the nervous system. So you can go at it from both directions. You can stimulate lymphatic movement by balancing out the nervous system, or you really work lymphatic function in a particular area and it makes the body go into repair mode. Okay, so now again, check your wrist and your arm compared to the other ones. It's feeling good, right? Now, the trick is to keep going back and forth, right? So we'll just do it a little bit more and then we'll focus on one of your problem spots. Okay, so let's put marjoram back on that wrist, that same wrist, and the forearm, up high on that forearm. Now we're just going to let that incubate for a moment, but notice how your body feels. Did you notice that your body relaxed a little bit? Did you notice like, oh, my eyes are getting a little heavy? Samantha said it just working on the wrist and the forearm, it made her spine relax a little bit more. So your body is going into deeper rest and repair mode. You're stimulating the repair mode in your body. Now again, move the wrist and the elbow and compare it to the other side. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Huh? So we're just going to give it another minute or so. And now use the cypress or the cedar. You're hitting the same spots. And again, check the two spots. Compare one side to the other. Notice every time we do it, it gets a little better, a little better. When do you know?
Well, I feel so much more too. Like I
Right.
feel things happening on that arm, the one I'm applying to,
Mhm.
even more so than the other arm. Like this one just kind of hurt and was sore before.
Mhm.
And now I'm like, oh, I have more movements, not as sore, but like noticing like things go on here in my elbow.
You can feel, you're like more aware of that part of your body.
Mhm. Mm.
And you're getting sleepy. So one of the things that I like to add to this, it's not necessarily part of the technique, but sometimes you can take techniques and combine them. Pull your mugwort back out or your artemisia. And with the mugwort and the artemisia, begin inhaling on your wrist. That same wrist you put the marjoram or the cypress on, or cedar, whatever you used. Hit your elbow now. Your awareness is on your elbow. Yeah, I did yesterday. Do your armpit. Your awareness is on your armpit. Now go back to the forearm and just the whole forearm. Your awareness is on the whole area from the wrist to the elbow. And then just be still for a moment. Now, if we had a little bit of a serious issue, like if you say you had an arthritic knee or arthritic back or hip, you would work this area several cycles. But just what we've done right now, move your wrists and your elbows around, move that arm around, compare it to the other side. How does it feel? How does yours feel? Yeah. Yeah, it keeps getting looser, not as tight. And a lot of times they might feel the same. You start treating this side feels better. So then you go to the other side and it's like, that side's a little achy and it just doesn't move quite as smooth, right? You're moving the energy and the lymph and the blood. You've increased flexibility. Now let's do this on one of your spots, wherever it's at, hip, neck, shoulder. Even like I think before lunch we were talking with Teresa and she said she felt like there was some emotion stuck in one of her hips. And so this could even be another way that you could unwind that, still use the things that we had talked about when she mentioned the question, but this opens things up quite substantially, right? So wherever your spot is at, start applying marjoram. Put a few drops in your hand and rub it on the area. Really cover that area well. Yeah. Yeah. If you're like Samantha's doing her jaws right now, she asked, can we do both? Like now we're just treating. Like this is a treatment. Before it was an experiment, so you could see how it worked. Now I'd say go for it. If you have multiple spots, do multiple spots. You got a bad hip or a bad back, bad neck, whatever it is. An area that I like to do this on, and it sounds like, I don't know, the heels. Put this on your heels. Let's have everybody actually put it on your heels. It feels really good. Yeah, it takes tension out of the leg, especially the lower leg. Sometimes when I treat the heels, I'll feel it all the way up into my upper part of my hips.
So just the marjoram application right now, or we
Mhm.
both?
And we're just doing the marjoram right now. You got to let it cook for a couple of minutes before you add the next oil. Mhm. Yeah, you're just resting right now. Pull out either your cedar or your cypress and apply it to those same spots, whatever your spot was, but also include the heels. You can work multiple spots at the same time. And then once you've applied that, just lay back and start to rest and relax. Just let your body go into repair mode. Pull the marjoram back out and hit your spots. Include the heels. And then once you've applied it, just lay back and relax. Just let your body go into repair mode. Pull out your cypress and hit all those spots again. Yeah, cypress or cedar. I'm sorry. I have cypress on the brain right now. Include your heels. And then once you do, once you've hit all your spots, lay back and let your body go into repair mode. Yeah. You're going to let it continue to incubate. But pick up your mugwort or artemisia, whatever it was. And then relax. Lay back in the chair or wherever you're sitting. Start breathing the mugwort into the areas that you put the marjoram and cedar or cypress. So hit spot one. Whatever it is, hit spot one. Just stay on spot one. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You can go a little bit above that area, a little bit below it, but just open up that area. You're just still in the first spot. You're still inhaling on that area. Then let the mugwort go for a moment. Just be still. Go to the second spot. Whatever that is. If you don't have a second spot, then you can keep working that first spot. But start breathing the mugwort or the artemisia into that second spot. Let that go. We did the heels as well. So let's do mugwort or artemisia on the heels. Just let everything go. Just let it incubate. Keep your eyes closed. Just let your body heal. Pull out your marjoram and hit those spots again. Hit your spots and hit your heels. You're just letting your body go into repair mode. You're just letting your body repair. Pull out the cypress and hit those spots. Be sure to hit your heels as well with the cypress or the cedar, whichever one you're using. Just let your body be in repair mode. Now, there's still another technique we can add to this to amplify this effect. And it's in your notes. So like when we get the booklet, I'll go back and point these things out. But right now, let's just have the experience. So with the oils that we suggested, see if you have black cumin or frankincense, ginger, helichrysum, impapo, or turmeric. Then there's a couple of blends: anabolic state, trigger point blend, fascial release, or helichrysum supreme. Hmm. Yeah. So with whichever oil that you found, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. And then just pause for a moment. Now your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then move to your back solar plexus. So your mid back area below the shoulder blades. And then just pause again. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the whole spine. And then just let it go. Just let it all incubate. Let it go. So before we move on, we're going to do some shares, Q&A, but we're going to do a break before we do the shares. Just let this all incubate and let you have your time. So we'll come back at a quarter after the hour. We'll talk about it and then we'll do some more. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. How did you do?
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey there.
Barbara. Hey.
Since there's no shares, may I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
So I was working on my left ankle, which swells often, and
Okay.
towards the end of what we were doing, I seem to remember in a class, one of the lymphatic series, that there was a series of points that stopped well below the ankle that affected the lymphatic system there. And I wondered if I should have been treating those as well, but I don't remember what they were.
So you just get puffiness in the ankle. Is it the whole leg or just the ankle itself?
It's the ankle, sometimes the very lower part of the calf. When
And
it's hot and when I have, if I eat out and there's more sodium in my diet, and sometimes there's a
okay.
little on the right, but it's the left one is much worse. There's a family aspect to this too.
I would work. I mean, probably ideally you would do it with a body tonic and I'd do the whole leg. But if you're just using like a knead application, like you could put it like a little bit higher up on the leg, like on the calf or the shin area, and then maybe go up a little bit higher. I would probably go in the like the groin area, still on the thigh, but like that inner thigh up high, just to open that up a little bit more. And sometimes the area in that inner thigh, not quite to the hip, but that still like higher adductor area, like when it gets really tight, it actually will cut off blood flow and then return blood to the heart, like it cuts off some veins and it will reduce some lymphatic function. And so by going through an opening up that area, you have a much higher potential for that leg to drain out. Like I mean, there could be different reasons. Like it could be like something's getting compressed, but sometimes also like maybe the veins got a little stretched out, something of that nature. So anything astringent like the cedar or the cypress actually helps to kind of bring that back. And
So would that part be local to an injury, or that would still be the whole
yeah,
leg?
I would do it local to the area, but like I always kind of like to go a little bit higher up, especially when you're talking about like nerves or blood. It's good to kind of treat it as like a pathway.
Okay, that's what came to me toward the end of the
Yeah,
practice. I was like, well, I think I'm supposed to be working this higher up, but I don't
yeah,
remember that
yeah,
from before.
yeah.
I,
How did that feel though?
I felt quite soothing.
Yeah.
The fluid didn't go down a lot.
Okay.
But I just said I laid in, I remembered, no, I think I need to be treating it higher
Yeah,
up.
I would try to help a little bit higher, but it still should have a little bit of reduction of something. Might not happen immediately, but you keep opening and closing. I would treat, like I said, a little bit higher up, at least on the lower leg.
Okay, thank you. And I
Yeah.
noticed when we were doing
Mhm.
the wrists and the forearms, it was actually my shoulders that felt more relaxed.
Yeah, like it will go up much higher than the area that you're
Okay.
treating. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And with like the body tonic, would that be for both the marjoram and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cedar or cypress?
Because you would want it to like dry. You know, you don't want to have something that's like an ointment based. So you would use body tonics of each, or like in a spray, and spray it on the area or rub it on the area, let it dry, let it kind of cook the way that we did for a couple minutes, then do the next one. So you could do any version of that.
Thank you. That sounds vaguely familiar. But it didn't come to me till we were almost
Yeah.
finished with this. Thanks.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Could you use like this, like for a stroke, for just inhaling to the brain? And would it affect
Yeah, you
spinal
could.
fluid?
I've never thought about doing it like that, but yeah, you could. Yeah.
Do you think it would help cerebral spinal fluids flow?
I mean, a little bit. I don't think a lot. But oils that are good for stimulating, or sometimes it's more like regulating the cerebral spinal fluid. Helichrysum does it somewhat, but there's a specific lavender. It's actually not a true lavender, it's spike lavender. Spike lavender is really good for cerebral spinal fluid issues. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other lavenders, not so much, but spike lavender, really good for that.
All right.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Lucy.
Hey, Leslie.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
When we did the first protocol with the wrist, after I finished, I went to the bathroom. I released fluid, so I thought maybe that was just me. When we did the second protocol, when we were working like the heels, I decided to do the heels, the ankles, and I went up in that groin area that you
Yeah.
were telling Barbara. Soon as
Right.
we finished, I went and I released a lot of fluid.
Oh, tremendous.
And then when we were also doing the inhalations with the mugwort,
Uh-huh.
like in the leg area, I felt a lot of the nerves firing off. Like I can feel them like being activated in the leg area.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I just wanted to share and let you know that
Yeah,
it's
very nice.
working.
And how about that part where we did the throat and the solar plexus? How did that treat you?
When we did the throat and the solar plexus, I felt a lot of release, but it felt like a lot of like emotional release.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you bring up a good point. The thing with like when we stimulate lymphatic function, part of the byproduct is it detoxifies, it opens up the health rays, and it displaces lower vibrational energy. So, at first you could say, well, that's like physical blockages, but it does release like lower emotion and kind of even cleans up a little bit of lower mental activity.
Yeah, that's what it feels like for me.
Yeah.
But when I went to the bathroom, I'm paying attention. I'm like trying to be aware. And when I'm being aware, I'm like, in my mind, I'm saying I'm releasing what this body is holding on to.
Right.
So
right.
whatever this body's holding on to, wherever this pain is coming from, it feels like it's letting it go. Like
Good.
little by little, it's releasing it, letting it go. From last class we did in this class, from the last class, I remember there's a part, I don't know if it was resonance, that there's a programming that just keeps going. Is it resonance?
Keeps going. I think that is the harmonics, the vibrational harmonics.
Ever since we did the class up to last night, a lot of releasing is coming. A lot of releasing
Oh, good.
Coming, but it's happening during dream state.
Yeah.
But it's almost like
Beautiful.
It's almost like if it's getting stronger to the point where I can hear the messages in the dream state. Like like it's almost like I feel like I'm fully awake, but I know that I'm not.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. I just wanted to.
No, that's amazing. That's great.
That's
Yeah.
work too. All right, thank you
I
so
mean,
much.
like,
Mhm.
you know, we talk about these different state, or we talk about this state a lot of different ways, you know, like when we were doing the sleep work, still kind of working these components. Like, you know, they're very complex. We come at them from a lot of different ways, and you know, they affect these different areas, but also these different areas also affect it, right? So that vibrational part, where what you're talking about from last weekend is, you know, it's really about shifting these states. And you know, it should enhance sleep, it should enhance, you know, your body's ability to heal, and pain and respiratory function and endocrine system. Like, it should affect that all across the board. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good for you.
My skeleton feels much more in alignment. Thanks.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I felt greasy and smelly and a little relaxed.
Mission accomplished.
Could we sub application with just inhalation? I'm wary of smelling since I don't have smeller nerves.
Wait, say that again.
Could we substitute application with inhalation?
But then the last part.
I am wary of smelly since I don't have smeller nerves.
I don't know that I quite understand.
You can type in to clarify. And then, well, they have no sense of smell.
But the first part and the second part, they don't seem to go together. I don't understand what you're trying to resolve, I guess. Like it.
Hit dashboard too hard.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because I have trouble, I don't smell things unless they're painfully strong. I'm very wary that it upsets other people to smell things. And so I was hoping that maybe we could substitute, um, inhalation with actual application of the oils to the body.
Wait, say that all again.
Um, I was hoping that we could have a
But
second.
what did that have
Oh.
to do with the nose part and the sense of smell? Like
Oh,
I'm not quite understanding what you're trying to address.
Because I don't have a sense of smell, I often do not smell things that bother other people. And so I was
Oh, I
hoping that
see.
maybe I could inhale it and then I don't have it on my body in the way that the other people tend to find
I see. Okay.
curious, weird, or offensive. Yeah.
It will do a little bit of something, but it's more about the oil getting into the body.
Into the body. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's what I figured. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And if it's any
But I had to try.
consolation, people love the smell. Is it possible to release the psoas with the pumping technique or by using mugwort? If so, where to apply?
You would have to do that through inhalation. It's too deep of a muscle to get at through topical application. So, the pumping, the lymphatic pumping, I mean, if you work that low back area quite a bit, it might be helpful, but it would probably be slow. Mugwort, if you can feel into the psoas, but Yeah. It's a tough area. Yeah. You know, I've used like things like Opadeldoc or Helichrysum, inhaling into that low area, like especially the perineum and the sex chakra, basic, Ming Men area. Um, it's helpful, but I mean, it's still hard to shift that psoas. Yeah. One of the things that I thought kind of worked was taking yarrow internally, because it's so calming and soothing to the nerves. Part of the psoas is it tightens up to stabilize the spine. So if there's issues of instability in the body, but also emotionally, mentally, or in the environment, the psoas tightens up. So you could say that the psoas is kind of reactive, or kind of like when we get triggered, the psoas tightens up. So if we want to reduce that triggering component, I think using yarrow over a period of time potentially could relax that mechanism, which would relax the psoas. I mean, yarrow is also anaspasmodic, but you're not getting it directly on the site. But because of the impact on the nerves and the reactiveness of the body, and then combined with antispasmodic properties, I feel that it kind of has an impact. And you might even try grouping all of that together to unwind the psoas. Yeah.
Before you were talking about the yarrow, they were asking, what about mugwort inhaling on the lower centers, then Palo Santo on those centers?
Yeah, I'd probably not use the mugwort on the Ming Men. It's more effective if you did into the try to fill into the psoas itself, into the tension in the low back. I mean, you could try it, but it works a little bit. It's not anything massively great. Like I mean, I'd love to be able to say I have this amazing way to be able to treat it. I've done the thing with Palo Santo, and it worked on a few people, and then it didn't work on others. So, I mean, you can try, but
And go ahead, Deborah.
hey, Deborah.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. So I was following along here and there in the morning, but I didn't actually get to work
Mhm,
the oils.
mhm.
And I tell you that because then I jumped in after lunch and I had unusual pain this morning. I had difficulty doing my yoga. It was just terrible.
Mhm.
So I was in a lot of fatigue when I got home. And I took a little nap before we started back. And then doing your process, I actually I put it, of course, on the wrist and that spot on the arm, but then I put it on my hip
Uh-huh.
and my lower back and a little bit on the front, all the same side, the front abdomen area where I get the burning.
Oh
That
yeah.
sort of, alternates with the back
Mhm,
pain and the pain in the hip that sort of correlates to my psoas. So all of this,
mhm,
anyway, it the fatigue went away, the uh the burning went away, the back is all gone. I have some tenderness still in the hip, but I didn't really work it as strongly as you were bringing everyone through.
Okay.
Uh,
I
so I
mean, if it brought you some relief, I'd keep trying it. Like if that was producing some sort of, like I have tried this before on people for the psoas, and it was like, sometimes it does work, but a lot of times it didn't. So I was like, I don't don't know that I'd throw it out there as a thing to do, but like with a lot of times with these different kinds of issues, there's also a bit of experimentation because it's not always going to be the same for everybody. And so if you found some sort of relief, I mean, I would keep working it, you know, either work it a little stronger now or work it over the next few days or something. A lot of times when we get some sort of response, we still need to kind of rotate some of the things that we might do, you know, try a multifaceted approach. And so, you know, especially if something's kind of chronic, we'll find that you'll do something and you'll get some good results, but at some point it like kind of bottoms out or something, and then you got to try some other things. And part of the issue is, you know, the body can only shift in that area as much as some of the surrounding physiology and anatomy allows. And so if you keep bouncing around and treating different things in that area, then when you go back, it is able to go much deeper.
Well,
And so I would say keep working it, but I'd also try some other things. You know, like
well,
things for spasm and pain and
I was just trying to say that I thought that I was, with the little bit that I'd done,
uh
that that I was impressed with how much had
good,
shifted.
good.
And especially as chronic as this is for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I was just trying to, um, just give you encouragement
Oh, thank you. But I'd say
uh,
keep
yeah,
working it. Like
yeah.
keep like you know, the psoas is one of those ones that everybody's got an issue with the psoas. Everybody. Like there's nobody immune from it. And so, you know, if you find something that works a bit, like I'd keep working it.
Yeah, no, I'm very encouraged, and I find that what I really love about just being able to do that little bit, it was fast and easy,
Yeah.
and I can take it with me when I travel. So,
Yeah, totally.
and
Yeah.
the other impression I got was like it would actually be something really good to do before I go to sleep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I was watching Samantha do it, and like every time we'd go, okay, marjoram, then cedar or cypress, every time she kept going
Yeah,
lower and lower, you know, and her eyes were closed, and you know,
well,
it's very soothing because it makes your nervous system shift.
that and I was thinking that it would really because you wanted to your term is cooking, that it really going to sleep will allow all of those oils to just really penetrate and do
Yes.
their work.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
I agree.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny because I was going to say like the sleeping thing, like during the process, I was like conking out more and more. And now I just have more energy.
Yeah. You feel more awake. You
Like
feel
my
better.
brain feels a lot better. I mean, not that it felt bad, but you can tell like when
Mhm.
things are processing, you're like, oh, and I can take in more information now.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I know the lymph stuff is always a thing I need to work on, but
Anytime that the lymph, like when you're working this area, you're jump starting the lymph in that area, but you're jump starting the whole lymphatic system. Like lymph isn't going to start getting better in that area and then not get better in other places because it's, you know, you're pumping fluid, right? So by working a particular area, you're really starting to uh, improve lymphatic function overall. And part of like when you get fuzzy thinking, part of the fuzzy thinking is poor lymphatic movement. And, you know, sometimes people go, well, sometimes that also has to do with endocrine function or the glands, which is true. But part of what the lymphatic system does is it also carries hormones to the target sites. You know, not, it doesn't, it's not the only thing that does it, but it's a, you know, it definitely carries things. And so if your lymphatic system is not functioning well, it's like losing packages in the mail. You know, the package got sent, it just never got received. So this actually would even help endocrine issues. Yeah. Like so you look at something so simple, so easy, so straightforward, not very complicated, and you're using it to treat a particular area. But part of the reason why we target our particular areas, for one, we want them to heal, right? We want them to feel better. We want them to heal. But two, they're also the areas where the lymph is more stagnant. So if you want healthier lymphatic function, if you treat your problem spots, not only are you treating that area, you're treating the whole body, because you're helping to jumpstart lymphatic function through the whole system, right? A piece can function better, the whole system has to function better. So if you go to your problem spots, it's a way to jumpstart it. I was even doing a thing, this is many years ago, like trying to improve. I was doing it with people who had really chronic immune oriented issues, like really poor immunity, for whatever reason. And then I was doing it on cancer patients. And I wasn't treating the cancer sites. I was treating in both groups. I was just treating their like their stiff joints and like an achy part, and not really paying attention to the immune system or the cancer. I was just treating their achy spots. And the idea was to jumpstart the lymphatic system. And in both populations, we actually got a bit of an improvement. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was significant. And the idea was just to hit the areas in the body where lymph was moving very poorly, and try to jumpstart immunity from addressing that, rather than just trying to stimulate the immune system all the time, like address problems, right? And then same with the cancer patients. And so, yeah. An area that actually we could still do a little bit more of this if you wanted.
Well, I want to. Oh, Ralph did just read.
Yeah. Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, would this work on skin? Like I've got some spots on my face. Would this work on skin on my face?
It would move the lymph. It depends on what the skin issue is, or like if there's like a little node or something under there. I mean, it would definitely work. I would say just don't overwhelm an area too much with a particular oil, because the skin on the face is a bit more sensitive. But if there's areas that you really wanted to like Samantha was doing her jaws, and how did your jaw feel?
Oh, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons I have more energy.
Yeah, your
It's
jaw
like,
loosened up.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds weird, but it's like
The only thing I would say is around the eyes, like
Mhm.
even, say if I put it up here or put it on the temple, it
Right.
still might seep into the eye a little bit. So I would say stay away from the eyes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Other
right.
than that, as long as your skin can handle it, I'd say game on.
Okay. So
Yeah.
would you just do one round of the marjoram and cypress, or
You could
would you
probably do
still do the multiple rounds?
I'd do a couple rounds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know where it would feel good too? Not that we're just talking on the head. Do you know
Right.
how we do the vetiver at the base of the skull?
Yep.
Oh, that's amazing. It's a little bit more complicated because you have to keep putting it on there and then sitting and relax. But I mean, it feels so nice in that area.
Yeah, I could see where there would be some tension buildup in
Yeah,
that
you have a
area,
lot
so-
of stuck blood and lymph in that area. Like it's
Mhm.
just,
Okay.
so it opens up the neck a bit.
All right. I'll try doing that. Thanks.
I mean, this is an experiment weekend, so the other place that lymph is really super stagnant is your gut. Like your gut is like, ugh, so much stagnant lymph in the gut. So let's maybe do just a little bit more. We'll do, if you're up for it, put some marjoram on your fingers and rub it in the base of the skull, and then put several drops on your abdomen and rub it into the abdominal area. So you're using marjoram on those areas. This. Did you rub it into the areas, then just sit back and relax, let your body go into repair mode. You're just letting it cook for a minute. Okay, so now let's pull out either the cedar or the cypress, and again, hit the base of the skull and then your abdomen. Put several drops on your abdomen, rub it in, put some of the cypress or the cedar, and then rub it into the base of your skull. Which one you should know? Pepper, some black pepper, or little one. Either prism. You're just letting it cook for a moment. Just move your head around a little bit. Just notice how that feels. Like a lot of times when I do that, I even feel it in my jaws, like the base of the skull thing. I'll feel it down the neck and into the jaw.
I'm just gonna share really quick. So when we did the first process, I did my jaws and then just the neck, like kind of the top, up to the top and not the base of the skull. And doing the base of the skull, I got substantially more release.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you heard me, I feel way better, but just now doing the base of the skull, that was significant.
Yeah, we're just gonna let that cook for just a little tiny bit longer. You know, I start doing that, I'd start spacing out and sleeping. Okay, we're gonna go back to the marjoram. So on your abdomen and at the base of your skull, along the whole base on the whole back side. If you poke around, you feel that tension in those muscles and those like little hard areas. Put it in that area. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we've applied, and while we're waiting and letting it cook, let's multitask. Let's go back to pulling out your black cumin, frankincense, ginger, helichrysum, and pepo, turmeric, anabolic state, trigger point, blend, or fascial release, whichever one you used. Why don't you pull that out while we're letting this cook? Yeah, same batter. So whichever one you used, begin inhaling it again. Your awareness is on the throat. More marjoram. Yeah. We're combining two protocols. So while the marjoram is cooking, we're going to do a little something else. So your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Go to your front solar plexus. You're continuing to inhale that same oil. Your awareness is on the front solar. You're on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And just let go for a moment. Pull out the cypress.
Or cedar.
Or I'm sorry, or cedar. Cypress or cedar. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at protocols. You're applying it to the base of the skull and your abdomen. And then once you do, just sit back and relax, let your body start repairing itself. Now, with that same oil we did the breathing cycles with, pull that oil back out again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Then the front solar, the area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Awareness is on the back solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. And then just let go. Let go of everything. Just let your body go into repair mode a little bit deeper. Hey, how did that treat you? I know we're treating the gut. It's kind of hard to feel, but also notice like sometimes you treat the gut, your back feels better, your head feels better. Just kind of check in with yourself, get up and maybe move around for a second. Move your head around and neck. Hmm. So anybody want to share, ask questions before we move on?
In the chat, someone said, I feel my body vibrating.
Yeah. I mean, the body's filling up with, I mean, from an energetic point of view, the body's filling up with more light by doing this process.
That's what
Yeah.
it feels like.
Yeah. Your body, because if you think about like it's kicking off lower vibrational energy because of the improved lymphatic function, the byproduct is more consciousness or more light comes in.
We did have a couple questions before.
Yeah, let's hear the
came-
question. Yeah.
There is a digestive lymph oil. Is it best to use as a body tonic? Do we take it internally?
No, you would use it topically. You could use it as a body tonic or an ointment and apply it topically to that area. If I remember right, it's carrot and a very funky rosemary camphor, which you don't use very much. It's usually used to treat cardiovascular issues. And so the idea is the combination of the two is very stimulating to the lymph of the gut. You know, you could do this process and then do that as like the final step, you know, as a body tonic or an ointment. If you're going to do this process, I would do it as an ointment. But yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Will taking lemongrass internally help lymph movement?
Yes. Yeah, it does. And it could be the tincture or the essential oil. You know, definitely put it in a bit of water. just because the lemongrass, like when it goes in, like just by itself can be a little bit agitating to the tissue. But if you put in a little bit of water, it's fine.
And you kind of mentioned this with Ralph about the skin. Somebody's asking about their eyes. Is there any place around the eye or on the temple or neck, etc.?
No. I mean, you can treat. I mean, you get it close to the eye. The problem is it will seep into the eye. You know, like I was putting sandalwood earlier in the week. I was putting it on my temple. And in an hour or two, I was getting really bad burning sensations in the eye. I mean, if you put it there with like a hoba, that probably wouldn't happen, but I was doing it neat. And it wasn't that I touched it and moved it over. It just all of a sudden my eye would get kind of weird. And so nothing too close to the eyes. Yeah.
I think those are the questions.
Okay, how about we'll take another break and we'll come back and we'll do something different. Today we're talking about the techniques, and tomorrow we're going to do the conditions. And so tomorrow we'll start tackling conditions, but I like this idea of exploring the different techniques today. So, you know, you can kind of problem solve and just, you know, you happen to have a bottle of something with you and you just kind of go for it wherever you're at. So how about we'll come back on the half hour. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And did we already do shares and Q&A? And so, okay, so we are going to jump to a thing that is basically emotional tension in the body. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean, think of it as like stress. It's homeostatic emotion. It doesn't mean you're emotional and emotions are caught in the body, but like the emotional body can get like agitated and it will manifest as tension in the body. Now, sometimes the emotional body would be more tied to like instinctive responses rather than, you know, you're upset, you know why. Like sometimes it's just like this agitation that happens in the body. It's very common in pain syndromes. It's very, very common in pain syndromes. You don't really know, but it's like you're just like you just relax and you put stuff on that are for like spasms and things. It feels better, but still like there's just still something there. And so it's a way to take tension out of the body. And anytime you take tension out of the body goes into a deeper repair mode. But a lot of times it takes some of the edge off pain syndromes, and sometimes it can actually even make them almost completely dissipate or go away, right? And so like a good example would be in a very acute setting. You know, you roll your ankle, and if you start inhaling something like benzoin or tarragon right as you hurt your ankle, the pain will go down from an 8 down to a 4 kind of quickly. Part of it is, yes, tarragon puts you into deeper rest and repair mode and is antispasmodic, is same for benzoin, but you diminish the emotional tension that's held in the body from the injury, and pain all of a sudden is diminished. It's not amplified. Basically what you're doing when you diminish the emotional tension in the body is you're diminishing the tendency for your body to go into deeper levels of degeneration, right? So like if you have a chronic shoulder issue, the more that has wear and tear on you, it starts to push you into deeper levels of degeneration because of it, right? The same goes for an acute injury, right? So anytime you can diminish this emotional tension, your body responds with resting, repairing, going into a more of a regeneration state. So here we're going to use, there's choices, and but galbanum, lavender, lemongrass. It's number 5.
I got it.
Okay. Let's see, cubeba, myrrh, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, benzoin and tarragon both get honorable mentions in here, but also blends balance, splendor, or vagal tone. So we're good with everybody?
Yeah, give them a sec to try to see what all this, and yeah.
Okay. So here, you're not really focusing on like the part that hurts or anything. We're wanting to diminish the tension in the whole body, right? So we're going to do the organs of blood purification. So you're going to start inhaling. Your awareness is on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness in the lungs. A nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Just pause and be still for a moment. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is still on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. Move to your liver, right hand side below your ribs. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. You're just pausing and being still. How's this feeling so? Was that once or twice on the liver? Let's do the liver again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. And then pause and be still. So you're going to go to the gallbladder area. So your midline, the middle of your body, off to the right, about 2 inches below the ribs. So midline, a couple inches to the right, below the ribs. And then just be still. Just let it relax. Let everything relax. Again, that same spot. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now go to your kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your kidneys. And then pause. Again, the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Now your spleen, left hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on your left hand side below your ribs. And then pause. And then pause. And then again, on your spleen, left-hand side below the ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Notice how you feel. Notice your body. Notice your spots, your compromised areas. And maybe even get up and just move around a little bit and just notice how you feel. And your body feel. Yeah. Oh, pretty deeply relaxed. So you could use this for any sort of physical pain, even psychological pain, unconscious pain. I would say even what we're going to talk about tomorrow is also a social pain. And so, it's kind of one of those things you could use for just about anything. Especially the more you do it, the more you'll go, I need that emotional tension thing. There's chiropractors and things that they use devices and things to try to flush tension out of the body, emotional tension, to help improve the adjustments and to help the adjustments maintain. And so, it's a theory or an idea that is in different modalities, but everybody approaches it a little bit different. Here, we're just approaching it with oils, but healing, you would approach it in a different way. If you were working with energy, basically. So what goes good with decreasing emotional tension in the body? I say we break out the vagal tone. Let's pull out anything you would use for vagal tone. So again, the blend vagal tone, but a cassia, anise, benzoin, cypriol. You guys don't have cypriol, but hyssop, lavender, marjoram, number 10, petitgrain, spikenard, tarragon, tuberose, and valerian.
Someone's wanting to clarify, you said just pain.
And no, just unconscious pain. We have things in us that are very unconscious that cause us pain that we're not aware of until it's gone. Yeah. Just buried in the psyche, buried in the deep in the areas where we don't really have awareness of. Okay, so with that, whichever oil you chose, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the whole front of the neck area, the whole front of the neck. Mm. Now relax, let that go. Your awareness is on the back of the neck, the whole back side of your neck. Inhale with your awareness on the back side of your neck. And then just pause and let go for a moment. The sides of the neck. And then just be still for a moment. Now, go to an affected area in the body. If you have bad knees, focus on your knees. Got a bad back, focus on the back. Your jaws or neck, focus on that. Wherever you have an issue, focus on that as you inhale the vagal tone. then just be still. So a lot of times we have multiple places, so we're going to come back around. You can either do the same spot, or if you have multiple spots, do the second spot. Do number 2 on your list. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Focus. Okay, and then just pause. We're going to cycle through it again, but just notice how you feel. How do you feel? Yeah, it sunk you down a little lower in that. Yeah. You know, like how we do sometimes in meditation or the mystical classes, or even with the mystical tools, the ones that have joined us there. Part of what you're doing is you spend time like holding your awareness on something. And we focus on this, we focus on that. But when you get down to it, really it's not as important at what you're looking at. It's that you're being watchful. Right? Like, so if you're working on your lungs, okay, focus on your lungs. That's helpful, right? If you're doing a spiritual practice, you might be thinking of a situation or your body, or an angel, something. So it's very specific to that, and it helps to connect to that and bring that in your interaction. But on a deeper level, part of what you're trying to cultivate is the ability to be watchful, like you're observing, you're watching something. And in that, it starts to shift the mind, and it starts to shift you into deeper levels of improved vagal tone. And so doing that allows you to experience higher consciousness, healing energy, intuition, accelerate your ability to learn and grow, to innovate. But you keep like sinking in your body, you become more and more present, right? And so even like what Samantha was saying is like, she goes, I felt like I sunk a little bit into my body a little bit more. That's the byproduct of the vagal tone. So in meditation, we're trying to do it from the point of view of observing, right? In therapy, you try to do it by stimulating the vagal tone. So even when you have like a shoulder that, like, say, for example, you have a shoulder that really hurts. So if you keep observing it and not reacting it, not trying to make it go away, part of what you're doing is you're relaxing into it, you're relaxing the mind, you're relaxing the emotions, you're relaxing the body, you're just observing, but you shift out of intellect and you shift into deeper levels of intuition. That area starts to heal more. But part of how that happened was by vagal tone, right? And so knowing that piece of information, you can go back and forth. You can sit and observe an area, and you just sit and observe, and then you start inhaling the vagal tone. You're getting it both directions. You're observing your body, and then at the same time, you're still trying to move into deeper levels of rest and repair through toning the vagus nerve. On one level, we're directing the oils by observing, but also you're putting the body into a deeper level of healing just by the observation. Like, even if it's not completely accurate, it's still helping to shift the body and the nervous system. You're being watchful, right? Observation is tied to rest and repair, right? Like busy movement where you go, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Like that used to be my meditations when I was younger. Oh, I'm gonna stimulate the blue pearl. I'm gonna if I stimulate the, like, visualize the golden flame on my head, I would be like going 90 miles an hour internally while I was being all still. And I had the look of being still, but internally I laugh now. Wasn't funny back then. My mind was a million miles an hour. And just because I calmed my body down, that was a good level. But being able to calm yourself more internally, you start to bring higher consciousness into the mind. Because higher consciousness, you could say, yeah, it's tied to healing. It's not of the mind. The mind gets to experience it. Right? It's outside the mind. The mind is how it gets processed or doesn't get processed. So the calmer the mind can be, the more you can touch that higher consciousness. Our busy mind is touching lower consciousness. So we're processing that through the mind. That too is outside the body. Well, let's do another cycle of the vagal tone and just drop in a little bit deeper. So your awareness is on the front of your neck, the whole front side of your neck. Your awareness is on the back of your neck. The sides of your neck. Your awareness is on the sides of your neck. Both sides of your neck. And then go to the affected area. And then just be still. Let your body go into repair mode. let's go ahead and share our experiences, ask questions. How did you do? How did you do?
I think I'm just like, I use the benzoin at the end and it's always like, makes me feel good, but my throat area, like that whole neck area just feels like it had its own session.
Right. Nice. So, we're going to share our experiences, but like, think of it like this. Whatever you're treating, arthritis, back pain, whatever it is, we haven't even done the thing for the symptom yet, and think about how your body's feeling right now, because you treated the state of the body. You're helping the body to regenerate. So now, even when you treat the symptom, it's going to be more effective. You'll probably have to do it for shorter periods of time, and it will have a deeper effect, a longer lasting effect.
My neck hasn't felt this good, and so
Yeah. Yeah.
it's great.
Very good.
Yeah, you guys can unmute yourself, raise your hand. I'm gonna find some chat questions and shares as well. Can this be helpful for someone who has jaw pain for about 3 years on and off?
Yeah. I mean, I would do, you could just do the vagal tone, but I would do the emotional tension as well, like dispersing the emotional tension. That one and vagal tone go really hand in hand. To the point where I almost like put them together. But anything that we did today would be helpful to the jaw, any of it. Doing the lymphatic work where we went back and forth between marjoram and cedar or cypress, that would be helpful. Doing it at the base of the skull, that would be helpful. Opening things up with marjoram, that would be helpful. But this, decreasing the body tension and the increasing, improving vagal tone, the jaw is a really adaptive joint. Like when there's misalignments in the body, the jaw will adjust. So that would also include injuries. Like if you had an injury like a neck or a back injury, part of what happens is eventually you get it in the jaws as well. And so, there can be all kinds of reasons why there's jaw tension or jaw pain or bruxism. And I wouldn't just focus on the neck and the jaws. I would still look at the body, unwind the body. And it doesn't have to be symptom oriented. You just kind of keep unwinding the body that we did the way we did today. And by doing that, you'll notice that when you're starting to feel a little anxious or you're under stress, your jaw will tighten up. And when you're relaxed, sometimes your body will relax, but the jaw won't. And so the more you keep deepening the relaxation effect on the body, it will keep taking some of the tension out of the jaw. But I would still focus on the jaw as well.
Yeah, and go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. So my comments sort of along the same line you just mentioned. As we were doing vagal tone, the first time we hit the back of the neck, I got a sudden release where my jaws, sort of like jaws, ears, that whole area, it just suddenly released. I didn't even know there was that much tension there, and it
Yeah.
just moved.
Yeah.
So
like here's my little story of that. So like, I go get some trigger point work done from time to time. And like my back and my shoulder, my injury spots, like my shoulder and everything. And the guy, he uses his elbow. He's very gentle with his elbow. It's not like he really grinds on something, but he just puts pressure on it and helps it to release. And so I'll cover with oils and then I'll go get the session. And so at one point, this was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, he goes, "Let's check out your jaw." And I was like, yeah, okay. And he goes, go ahead and open your mouth. And I was like, open my mouth. And he goes, come on, like open it all the way. And I go, it is all the way. And he goes, yeah, you're probably only opening your mouth about 40 or 50%. And I was like, I don't know. I think it's all different from different people. He worked on for my jaw for a while and it like almost doubled the movement. And I was like, my jaw wasn't really bothering me. And he's like, you got a lot of tension in your jaw. And the more that he started unwinding my jaw over the next 3 or 4 weeks, and I'd come home and I put oils on it and, I'd do whatever. Like tension in my body melted away, but I noticed it changed my shoulders a little bit and my head felt like it was, how like it feels like more open, but like it doesn't feel as like tight or constricted. And again, I didn't even realize my brain was tight, but apparently my brain was tight. And again, I wasn't having problems with the jaw. None of it, but it's still a reflection of stress, poor sleep. Even if you get good sleep all the time, you had those 2 weeks when you were doing XYZ and still reflected in the jaw. And so, you got a neck issue, you sleep funny, whatever it is. And so if you do have jaw issues, that thing at the base of the skull. But another one that I like to do, maybe we'll just experiment with it since a few people were asking about jaws. And like you could use the same thing you were using for vagal tone or for emotional tension. Most times what I use for this is helichrysum, but any of these things should work. But inhale, put your awareness on your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your shoulder blades and just keep taking long, slow, deep breaths. Like, look at you, you're already yawning. So here's the weird thing. We hold incredible amounts of tension in the jaw, but the other place, we hold incredible amounts of tension in the shoulder blades, in your shoulder girdle. And so when you start unwinding your shoulder blades, you'll feel it like up into the neck and in your jaws. It's like a place where tension can hide. So just keep inhaling with your awareness on the shoulder blades. I like these classes where we get to experiment and just like
Oh my gosh, it's so
do
fun.
whatever. Like they're very fun. Yeah, I think you're on yawn number 4.
We found a good spot.
Yeah. And then just pause for a second. We're going to still do some more, but just pause. You notice that in your neck and jaw. Like I would say jaw, and even take some tension out of your face a little bit.
I actually feel
Like I feel like,
yeah. Mhm.
so it made me wonder, like there's this condition, Bell's palsy, where like people will lose tone on one side of their face. And it's a nerve that gets pinched like on the side of but like behind the ear as it comes out of the skull. And so there'll be a lot of tension in the face. Same with trigeminal neuralgia, which there's nerves here, here, and down here that get irritated. And a lot of times what people call sinus pain is actually trigeminal neuralgia. And I started kicking around the idea of the therapeutic process for that. We do things on those areas to treat it, but to use something like helichrysum or one of these oils or even wintergreen and focus on the shoulder blades because of how much tension it releases out of the face and jaws.
My sinuses are even just slightly like
Right, but they're opening up a
yeah.
little bit. Yeah.
Mhm.
So awareness on your shoulder blades again. Some long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. And then pause. And then again, still on your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then relax. Check in with everything. Robert, how did that feel on your jaws? Did you feel
Well,
something?
it's actually making my whole body relax, and I'm trying to stay awake.
Yeah.
And now I can feel something in my sinuses moving.
Yeah, that's what Samantha said. Yeah. Yeah. Because it takes some of the tension out of your face. And so, like, if you think about even the points to work the sinuses are just taking tension out of the face along the sides of the nose and then under the cheekbones. And so, yeah, like you'll notice like the tension keeps just diminishing in the jaw. And still doesn't mean you treat you still go in and treat the jaw. But sometimes if you treat some of these surrounding areas, well, look at what happens. Yeah.
Thank you for the yawns.
Yeah. And if you think about like you're dealing with a client or excuse me, you're dealing with some problem you might be having. We tend to just go to the spot of where the problem is and try to resolve it. But really, if you start kind of playing with different areas of the body, especially the jaw, it's a reflection of things. It's a reflection of things going on in other places. And so you just start going, let's visit the spots. And we've already unwound a whole bunch. So, on one level you go, well, there's not really anywhere to unwind other than, but then you go to the shoulder blades and it's like there's a pocket of something hiding there. Like there's a pocket of tension that gets generated in the body that you had no idea about until you treated it. And then you're like, look at how much it affected somewhere kind of far away from it. Not massively, but somewhat.
The indirect the symptoms in point A, and you work point
Right.
B, and suddenly everything shifts.
Right. Yeah. That's like the osteopathic approach is, people would come in with, whatever the complaints were, the body issues, but you would just start like palpating like fascial tension in the body, and you just start unwinding the fascial tension, and those conditions magically start getting better. And it's just, you're really treating, old school osteopaths treated the state of the body before they treated the situation, the symptom. Yeah.
Thank you.
After that practice, we had some more shares come in. I'm feeling it in my digestive tract, starting to belch.
Oh, interesting. So that actually belching, uh, digestive system and diaphragm. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, I can see that happening.
Mhm.
I mean, I have to sit and watch it for a minute, but I can see that happening. Nice.
I love the oils in many classes, but this combo was amazing. After the frankincense earlier, I felt so joyful and found myself imagining my spine was a crystal. Everything felt good. I forgot about any pain.
Good, good, good. And think about, like, you can be sitting at the end of the day watching a TV or a movie or something, or hanging on the couch, sitting out on the chair out in the garden or something, just be inhaling your oils and direct it to different parts of your body, and just unwind from the day or the week or whatever it is. This doesn't have to be a daily practice, but when you kind of explore these different areas, you become aware of, like, hey, my shoulders are getting wound up, my jaw's getting wound up. You sit, you just unwind it, and then you don't have to do it like daily. It could just be a thing you do from time to time. So,
Is what we're doing called therapy? I've been looking at it like meditation.
yeah, I like that. Therapeutic meditation. How's that?
Can I get a copy of the class documents for the one last February 14th or so that showed the types of pain associated with each muscle group or organ? Wouldn't that be good information for this class?
Which class was that?
February 14th. So pain. I think that was a pay class. The pain associated with the different areas of the body.
Yeah, I'd have to look up what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, I mean, we could make the class 5 or 10 times longer. My original pain class was over 200 pages in the booklet.
But this workbook does like have like specific things too. Like if
Yeah.
you don't have the workbook yet, we'll get it for you.
Yeah.
It really goes into a lot of different things.
Letty's, we had a lot of information, and then her, what was it,
her drive or her,
yeah, the drive broke. It's been a perfect storm. I'm trying to get the booklet together. Yeah.
Okay, so I missed a question very early in the class,
Mhm.
and I was like, oh, it looked like something that'd be more for later. I'm gonna see if I can find it, because it has to do more with this mouth stuff going on.
Okay.
But because it was so long ago, it's gonna take me a minute to scroll. Oh, nope, I found it. Okay. So be careful with this mouse. Sorry, guys. I'm having all my 12 teeth pulled starting at 9 a.m. on Monday, then at 2 on Monday. Is there, if there are still more than, so anyway, they're saying, will this protocol help me? And that was the very first one, but I think a lot of people are getting a lot of mouth stuff done, so I thought
Yeah,
maybe.
I would, I mean, you could do any of the things, but the thing that we just did with the emotional tension and vagal tone, I'd do that all the way up to the point of, don't take anything internal the day before, but do the inhalation all the way up into the point of doing it. And then after you're done, go right back to it. It will help reduce pain and afterwards I'd also take like some galbanum or myrrh just to calm the spinal thalamic tract. Spikenard would also work.
Okay, so that was what I was gonna ask,
Mhm.
but also the kind of oils that might be most helpful for that.
Mhm.
Okay. After this class, do we still need healing spirit class? Today's class is so much relaxing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, the healing spirit class. I don't know. I've wanted to teach that one for a very long time. But you're treating in the healing the spirit class, you're treating the emotions and the mind. Like say stress, for example, but you're doing it from the point of view from a planetary influence. And so the difficulty, like sometimes when you're trying to treat stress, for example, is the intellectual mind gets involved and it becomes harder to process and let it go because intellect's involved. Intellect is not very good at releasing things. It maintains things. And so the idea in ancient times of using the planetary energies was, for one, it harmonizes the two sides of the brain. But two, you release, like say you were doing stress, you release the stress, but you also release the causes of the stress and the physiology and the emotions in the mind. Like stress is associated with Saturn, So we treat stress, but really sometimes if you go deeper and you start treating Saturn, it releases the stress. Now we won't be using, we'll be actually using the spirits associated with Saturn. So it's even like stepping the energy down a little bit. So it makes it more physicalized. But like when I treat people for stress, I don't go after stress. I go after the planetary aspect in a person. Like even when I'm treating health issues, when I treat the psychological component of it, I actually do it from the point of view of a planetary energy. So I'm just going to share all that information with you guys. It's based on old alchemical practices and all mystical practices. Some of the work with the indigenous, but it depended on who the practitioner was. But anyway, we'll talk about it more as we get closer. But
Thank you, because they asked, please share about the healing
yeah,
class.
yeah. I was sharing it, remember with in the office, I was sharing it with you and Kat.
Mhm. Yeah, the spirits of Saturn, and then you
Yeah.
shared the spirits of Mercury.
Mhm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's not just about like releasing like the healing the spirit, it's also about accessing energies from your environment to cultivate perceptions. You know, it's built into a lot of spiritual practices. It's just they stopped talking about it a couple centuries ago, but it's still embedded into a lot of practices. So if you go to like church, you know, depending on the church, some of the planetary influences are still there. They just don't call them by name anymore. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. You know, it's like I was making this point a while back. You know, when you hear the idea of a person became enlightened or they woke up or, you know, whatever it was, what are they waking up from? Like, if you know what they're waking up from, not only can you accelerate your spiritual growth, but the thing that they're waking up from is also the source that causes us disease or psychological imbalances or psychological difficulties. And a lot of it has to do with our conditioned instinctual responses. So the more you calm those down, and like purifying is not the right word. It's almost like regenerating them. It changes, you become more of who you are rather than what conditioning made you to be. You know, you become more genuine of your expression of your soul, your consciousness.
They're asking, sometimes in our profession, we feel like missing out, the FOMO effect. In that case, would first treating the planetary issue be helpful?
Okay, so say that again. They feel like they're missing out.
Yes, I'll repeat and see if we can. So sometimes in our profession, we feel like missing out, like the FOMO effect, which is the fear of missing out.
Right.
And in that case, would treating the planetary,
Planetary energies would do it. And I would say even what we did last weekend with some of the vibrational work on the first day would also address that. There's still an extra piece, but there's a process that you do with the senses, because part of the issue is you have instinctive responses, but at some point your senses get conditioned as well. And so there's ways of unwinding the senses, and we're doing that this year. Like, it's the class in November. Like, it's think of it like this. If you get, you know, you see something and you get triggered, and you get triggered and you get triggered and you see it again, you get triggered, you know, and usually it's from like some negative event that happened to you at some point. But every time you see it, it gets triggered. Part of the brain and part of the nervous system with that emotional response, they kind of bind, you know. So there's a thing in psychiatry where they say nerves that fire together are wired together. And so sometimes what happens is, even though you might have processed the trauma, let's say it's a trauma, like some traumatic event, and then at a period of time where you got a little triggered, and which that's just trauma. Like we all have that, right? So what happens is then part of how we perceive the environment through the senses is that trauma gets wired into the senses. And so even though you've let go of trauma, maybe emotionally, mentally, your body will keep like having that state. Like every time it gets those pieces of information, it'll go into a triggered state again because the senses are wired to those emotional or mental states. And so there's very few modalities that will actually address that. And there is some usually in mystical practices that will go through and do that, because it's also a deeper way of calming the mind and organizing the mind, regulating the emotions, diminishing the triggers. And so, we did the vibrational healing. We're going to unwind the different kinds of like stresses and traumas and fears, but like in a very deep, intuitive way. You don't have to relive anything. You just unwind the planetary energy. And it begins to flesh out because intuition just cleans it up. Like you don't have to go and think about it. And then we unwind the senses. So in different traditions, it's like considered like an offering up. And so in the Buddhist traditions, they do these like five senses offerings, and in the Christian tradition, it's implied, but I've never seen it presented to the public where they do the practice. But anyway, we'll be talking about that more, but I find it to be very, very profound. Very, very, very profound. Both for healing, for knowing who you are, expressing who you are, changing how you interact with the people around you, but even deeper, your spiritual or mystical practice, your prayer life, whatever it is. But
Thank you. And as you were like talking and explaining, they said there's a falling behind and comparison in yourself. Oh wait, no, that's skip two. Hang on. Falling behind and comparison with others in the same profession.
yeah.
As you just mentioned, not being in yourself, like who
Right,
you are.
right. Yeah. Like if you think about it, like if the senses, the senses being wired like that. And, you have to keep in mind too that like in the work setting and corporate setting, sometimes management styles condition people to be that way. Like it's intentional, but the more that you unwind it, the more you kind of like see through it, or you don't really react. Like I'll give you an example. So back when I was treating a group of people that had multiple personality disorders, and they all had been diagnosed for longer than 10 years, and had been treated for longer than 10 years. And I was doing it in conjunction with a psychologist. So, with multiple personality, a lot of times they would just like try to maintain that person, like, keep them functional and, whatever that looked like. But part of it was that most times there was some significant trauma that put that person in that condition. And we'd go through and we unwind them, but the condition's considered incurable. And I mean, I have 9 cases that got documented, but there's a bunch of other cases that it happened, it just didn't get documented. The psychiatrist didn't sign off on it. And so the example being that, like, there's this one woman that she had been abused by somebody it was somebody in the family, but they were law enforcement. And he would say to her that if she told that she would get in trouble, and they were in a little town, and he would be outside and he would light the sirens up. He'd go, "You'd get in bad trouble," and he'd light the sirens up. And so what would happen is every time she would hear sirens, she was doing really good, but if she heard a siren, she would just lose it. And we tried a whole bunch of different things. We tried a bunch of different things. And I was always trying to shoot for trying to cure the condition within a year. And this is one of the ones where the psychiatrist signed off on it, but like we got it, like she was real close, but she was still getting triggered, like and so one day we did a version of this that we were talking about where you're aligning your senses with your heart, basically. And so I did this process with her where we aligned her sense of hearing with the heart. And the reason why we even went there was there was an incident where she was feeling fine, and something went by with a siren and she just lost it. And she was like, "I'm doing so good, but then I hear a siren." And it's not like she was even recalling memories or something. It's just as soon as she heard that sound. And so we did this alignment in that session, and she said she felt better, and I walked her outside. "Now let's stand outside and let's just see if something goes by." My office was on a busy street, and so usually there was a fire department that was down the street, and so there was usually sirens, but we were, in a way lucked out. A cop went by with the sirens on, and she just watched it go by. And she looked at me and she goes, "Nothing." Like, I had no response. She goes, "Every time I've seen or heard a siren, like I would flip out." Right. And so, like, you can see it there because it's in the extreme, like she would just hear a siren and she would lose it. I mean, one of the ways that we started testing it prior to that event was I had a nephew that had like a little toy that had a siren on it, and I would, push the toy and see if it would trigger her, and every time it would trigger her. She knew it was a toy. Like, it wasn't like it was some like trick to her. And so we get triggered by our senses way more than we think, and so when the more that you unwind it, the more you just start getting like chill, like you get some sort of stimuli from the environment that normally would trigger some sort of response in you, and you're just like, eh, just doesn't happen like it used to. And usually as we get older, it gets worse and worse and worse, so anyway.
And then we still have some questions in
Sure.
chat, but go
Sure,
ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
I think I made it.
Shoot, it's so long. I'm not sure if I remember what I was going to ask. Um, I forgot.
That's because you're too relaxed. You have
No,
good vagal tone. You just
I don't think quite.
Well, if you think of it, we still have some more
Yeah.
questions, so,
Yeah.
yeah, just feel free to raise your hand again, if it comes back.
Oh, I remember. Uh, for the pattern we did with the spinal thalamic tract, that's bringing light in.
Well, it's calming down the tract, and so anything that you're doing that we did today, where you're treating the state of the body, the byproduct is it brings light into the body. So that one would do it, the mugwort thing would do it, the thing with the vagal tone, all of it kind of brings in light. It brings in light and it brings in consciousness. Because consciousness isn't like something that is just like in our brain. It's actually outside of our brain, and the more that we're in a particular state, the more that we get to experience it. Basically, we increase our soul contact or our contact with this consciousness. And so it makes the body stronger, it makes the body healthier, it makes the body more regenerative. Yeah, so any of it would contribute to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, a question being asked is, can you explain planetary energy?
Yeah, so there's the 7 classic planets, like like Jupiter, Mercury, Saturn. So they have an influence just like they would in astrology, but they also are utilized to treat aspects in the body, not from an intellectual point of view, but more as like a metaphor or an intuitive aspect. The thing with intellect is once we kind of know something, the inquiry stops. So that stops like the movement. So when you use intuition, that's all about movement. So something keeps expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding. Or with intellect, it condenses it, right? It's like, oh, I know this, stick it on the shelf. And so we're wanting that expansive aspect. But a lot of times when we involve intellect, we start kind of wrestling in the mind, right? And so one of the ways to address that is you look at the energies that are associated with each planet, and then you work the planetary energy. So in the past, we've worked with, like, say we're working Jupiter, we would work Jupiter, and we'd work the alchemical Jupiter, which is like a fancy way of saying the impure aspects of Jupiter, right? Or the impure Jupiter. And it's just basically cleansing, basically, if you look at it from that point of view. But from that, just like we have a resonance and we affect the things in our surrounding, and our surroundings can impact us, there is a resonance that the planetary energies have. So the planetary energy of Jupiter would impact our physiology, our emotions, our mind, and then would also impact how we interact with the environment. And so the byproduct of that energy is it affects the spirits, or the energies with consciousness associated with the earth or with the ethers, right? And so even there's a kind of organization. And so you're going, I want to evolve out of being stressed out. I want to evolve out of being afraid. I want to evolve out of being traumatized. Not just release it, but like I want to evolve out of having these traumatic experiences, or always being stressed out, or always being, having people being aggressive towards me, whatever it might be. And so the different the different kinds of, the sun, the moon, Mars, Jupiter, Mercury, Venus, and Saturn, they all have like physiological and psychological influences. And so you would treat the spirits associated with each one of those. Not only do they have like stress and trauma and fear and things like that, like self-esteem's in there, self-image, self-worth, self-doubt, self-confidence. All of these are laid out in the different kinds of planetary energies. So it's almost like a way of dividing up the psyche into these like 7 aspects, and then you treat whatever you need to in these 7 aspects. So what I'll have laid out for you is the psychological issues, like stress, fear, trauma, whatever that might be. And then like self-worth, self-image, self-whatever. And you still can use that to then eventually treat something with a symptom like we've already been doing. But it's like the emotional and mental version of what we're talking about here, where we're trying to regenerate the body and keep the body from being in a degenerative state, and we're helping the body to regenerate. It's that, but for the psyche, is basically what it is. Kind of interesting. I find it very interesting, but that's the way I've done. Even when I was treating the people for multiple personality disorder, I had things that I did, but part of what I did was I treated them, but I would target the planetary influence rather than just going after their trauma or whatever. I looked at it more from like a holistic point, where when you're working the planetary energy, you're working the physiology, the emotions, the mind, and actually even their soul connection, their ability to connect to higher consciousness or soul, the soul aspect. And so you're helping them to heal not just of the symptom, but you're helping them to heal something that is like a life pattern or a soul pattern that maybe they even came in with. Because if it's a karmic issue, treating symptoms doesn't get you very far. Just trying to release stress and trauma does, it brings some temporary relief, but it doesn't really resolve things. We want resolution. We want it not be an issue anymore. We want to move past it.
And someone said, thank you for sharing the upcoming unwinding senses with planetary.
Yeah, so the unwinding the senses is the plant teachers and the teachings of the crystal skull, or the meaning of the crystal skull, both in some of the mystical practices in Latin America, and then in the Buddhist tradition, they use the skull as the symbol, treating the senses.
So how to treat karmic issues? The best way to heal karmic issues?
Yeah, we'll be doing it, the healing spirit, like the beginning of October. Yeah.
All right, I think that wraps it up for today. Yeah, thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah, so okay, you guys. Well, tomorrow it's going to be about conditions, and so we're going to be talking about arthritis and nerve pain and sciatica and those kinds of things. But today was about putting the body in a regenerative state. Tomorrow's about symptom-oriented approaches. So, and we'll have the booklet for you tomorrow, fingers crossed, but I think it's happening. If not, we'll just give them
we'll just we'll kind of clean up your rough notes a little. Yeah.
So one way or another, you'll get something.